Chapter 951. The powerful spiritual technique, storm wildly raged. An incomparable pressure instantly descended on everyone's heads. In an instant, everyone present, with the exception of Luo Ao and Xiao Yin, had landed on the ground. Their faces were flushed red as a great storm once again rose within their hearts. What's going on? Rank 5 spiritual force. Who's there? Come out. Luo Ao's sharp eyes instantly turned towards the depths of the old tomb when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength. There was an extremely powerful spiritual strength there, boiling like a flame. Its powerful aura caused most of the people present to involuntarily feel fear. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the deep regions of the ancient tomb where the spiritual strength was being emitted. At this moment, he could sense a dense life force being emitted from within. It was just like a newborn baby or a wild lion that had just awoken from its deep slumber. And this life force belonged to Xiao Xian. Ancestor Elder Xian Xiao. Xiao Yan's voice trembled as he muttered. He completely ignored the spiritual storm that was about to strike over. His body flashed, and the sky extinction step was unleashed to its limit in an instant. He faced the frightening spiritual pressure head-on and charged in. Xiao Yan, don't. Come back quickly. A powerful pressure uncontrollably spread. When Luo Jin and Luo Ao saw that Xiao Yan had actually retreated instead of advancing, astonishment appeared on their faces. However, Luo Ao did not dare to let Xiao Yan take the risk alone since they did not know the other party's identity. With a wave of his sleeve, the powerful spiritual force belonging to a rank 6 array master immediately surged out, transforming into an invisible hand that attempted to bring Xiao Yan back. The invisible hand rapidly approached Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Xiao Yan and was about to grab him. However, at this moment, soul condensing finger. A clear shout rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb as powerful spiritual force immediately condensed. In the blink of an eye, it had condensed into a seemingly solid finger. As the finger descended, it actually forcefully blocked Luo Ao's spiritual force. Boom! With a dull thud, the finger that had materialized suddenly shattered. At the same time, Luo Ao's invisible palm was forcefully pushed back. Damn it, what a powerful soul skill. But even so, you could forget about harming him. With his attack defeated, Luo Ao's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to attack again, Xiao Yan's shout suddenly rang out. Senior, please don't do anything. He won't hurt me. When he attacked just now, he mistakenly thought that Senior wanted to hurt me. Senior, please withdraw your soul power. Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. It was not difficult for him to detect a sliver of excitement in Xiao Yan's voice. It was as if he was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of this mysterious figure. Could it be that before, Luo Ao was after all an old monster who had lived for many years? After a lightning-like thought in his heart, he immediately associated it with the cluster of cream-white energy light from earlier. Luo Ao only relaxed slightly when he thought of this. When he turned his gaze around, the group of elite Dodi behind him, including the masked person from the ghost hall, took the opportunity to wildly flee out of the ancient tomb. Only Murong Xian and the other two were still standing in the same spot. They watched Xiao Yan charge into the ruins that were filled with dust. Their faces were filled with shock and deep gratitude. If Xiao Yan had not intervened today, the few of them, master and servants, would have definitely died in this place. Although Murong Quan was already dead, Murong Xian, had already remembered this grudge in his heart. All he needed to do was wait for the future to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Xiao Yan had already passed through the permeating dust fog and once again arrived in front of the stone statue. This stone statue, strangely, did not collapse after a couple of energy attacks. Instead, everything around it had been destroyed until it was beyond recognition. However, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to observe this at this moment. At this very moment, His pair of dark black eyes were filled with excitement and tears as they stared at the somewhat illusionary human figure standing in the empty space in front of him. The human figure was wearing a pale green long robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. A pair of dark black ink-like eyes were like bottomless black holes. It was as though they had absorbed everything within them. The depth contained an endless wisdom, causing one to involuntarily feel admiration when seeing it. Descendant Xiao Yin respectfully welcomes ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Yin could no longer hold back his tears as he arrived before Xiao Xian. His body trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground and bowed to the human figure before him. Xiao Xian's face finally revealed a gratified smile as he looked at Xiao Yin in front of him. His body descended, and he extended his hand to help Xiao Yin up from the ground. At the same time, he opened his mouth and laughed. He smiled and said, "Looks like you've done it." He was referring to Xiao Yan's breakthrough to the half-emperor level. Xiao Yan stood up and wiped away the tears of excitement on his face. Only then did he reveal an embarrassed smile. "I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to Ancestor's grace." "Haha, you don't need to be so humble. What I did for you is only one-sided. You still relied on yourself to break through in the end." The two of them smiled at each other. Then, Xiao Xian turned his gaze and looked at the stone statue behind him. He could not help but reveal some gratitude on his handsome face. "Thank you for your inheritance, senior." Xiao Xian cupped his hands and bowed to the stone statue. Xiao Yin hurriedly followed behind him. Xiao Xian had already awakened when Tianju infused his soul source energy into him. However, he was too weak at that time and could not make a sound. However, he was very grateful for Tianju's actions. Crack, crack, crack. However, just as the two of them stood up, they suddenly discovered that cracks were spreading rapidly on Tianju's stone statue. As the cracks spread, dazzling golden light shot out from within. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered the entire hall. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the city outside the hall. This is Luo Ao's expression changed. He pulled Luo Jin up and quickly looked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Xiao Yan had not come out yet. Damn it, the tomb is about to collapse. Tianju's formation must have been triggered. We must leave this place as soon as possible. But Xiao Yan is still inside. We must bring him out. Luo Jin frowned. He could not let go of Xiao Yan. "You stay here and wait for me to return." Luo Ao was well aware of the current situation. Once the formation formed by a rank 6 formation master was activated, even he had to be careful. Moreover, Xiao Yan was still inside. He had no choice but to personally take action. However, boom, just as Luo Ao was about to move, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence swiftly moved like numerous poisonous snakes. Even someone as strong as a 9-star Do would have difficulty escaping under this turbulence. Luo Ao was not afraid. He waved his sleeve, and a huge Do-Chi wave immediately swept out, easily breaking the turbulence that was coming at him. However, just as the turbulence was about to be completely destroyed, a huge beast claw suddenly extended from the empty space and tore Luo Ao's attack apart. Mobile version update website. Chapter 952. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yin knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yin had seen was Qing Lin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base and combat power. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qing Lin stirred up the entire 9-abyss deep ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what was happening to Karnao, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it directly. Cultivation could be said to be abnormally simple, as long as one had the illusory spirit pupil. Even if one did not deliberately cultivate it, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Kai now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kai was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yin thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help in cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completely over, the illusory spirit pupil would be completely useless, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kai was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Chang's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yin and the rest saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring dou qi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy, hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yin, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yin randomly glanced at Kai, behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also fully displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yin to feel somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yin could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. And this also confirmed Xiao Yin's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the two old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Chang's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Even though he had already taken off his clothes and used his do chi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Kair, although the young lady relied on her superhuman willpower to endure, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Wang, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the three of them. Soon after, Xiao Yin raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yin and the other two, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the protruding milky white spiritual stones behind it. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yin could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. His heart contained a joy that could not be suppressed. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently stagnant. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiao Yin was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Dodi. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiao Yin. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly fell. The pressure on Zhu Chang and Kai Er's bodies was also greatly reduced. 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Yin smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected. Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones." Chapter 953. Under the effect of the large formation, the entire ancient tomb began to collapse. All the structures within shook intensely. The empty space cracked, and the chaotic flow of space was like numerous large pythons wildly flowing within the ancient tomb. The powerful strength would cause even a 9-star Dodi to feel fear. However, under Luo Ao's shockingly powerful strength, the chaotic flow of space was completely swept away. Qi, a shocking Do Qi wave swept through the empty space like a tsunami. The silver, chaotic flow of space appeared to have been swept away by the tsunami and was instantly turned into fragments. The path in front of Luo Ao was also swiftly cleared. However, it was also at this moment roar. Following a low roar, an enormous beast claw suddenly shot out from a certain spatial vortex. In just one exchange, it instantly tore apart Luo Ao's Do Qi wave. What? The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Luo Ao's old face to suddenly change. This was the first time in so many years that something like this had happened. Clang, clang, clang. Soon after the enormous beast claw was exposed in the empty space, numerous thunderbolts quickly charged out from the spatial vortex. After which, the enormous body of the mysterious magical beast slowly appeared in front of Luo Ao. The body of the enormous beast was especially large. Its body was pitch black in color. The deep color could be described as hollow, as though it could swallow everything. The enormous beast had 4 limbs. Its front limbs were long, and its back limbs were short. It was like a huge chimpanzee. However, it was far more frightening than the latter. Its enormous head looked like that of a lion. Its innately ferocious appearance caused one to feel fear at first glance. The thunderbolts that surrounded its body were especially shocking. A ferocious aura continued to spread from its body. The empty space under its feet was as weak as a thin piece of paper. This is, even with Luo Ao's mental state, his heart could not help but feel an intense surge the moment he saw this enormous beast. Void lightning beast. Roar. An earth-shaking beast roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. The invisible, empty space collapsed layer by layer. Numerous spatial vortexes continued to agglomerate within the ancient tomb. The frightening, chaotic flow of space was like a school of fish in the sea, swallowing everything within the ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient tomb had collapsed. At the same time as the ancient tomb collapsed, the ground beneath the feet of Xiao Yin and Luo Ao in the large hall completely cracked open. A dazzling golden formation was activated, Shilin region, Shilin mountain range. Under the magma, a pair of scarlet beast eyes slowly opened at this moment. At the same time, a beautiful girl in an ice blue dress stood on a snowy peak in the heart of the Shilin mountain range. She involuntarily looked towards the western horizon. Yin City. Jin Yao was sitting cross-legged and training in a separate room. Recently, she had heard quite a lot of news related to Xiaoyan. She could not help but feel an unknown joy in her heart when she thought that Xiaoyan was now able to stand on equal footing with the four large sections. This seemed to be even more exciting than the increase of her own cultivation. Suddenly, Jin Yao felt a piercing pain in her heart. Even though it was only for a short moment, it caused her to suddenly open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Xiaoyan's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Jin Yao furrowed her brows and looked towards the west through the window. She could not help but feel a trace of worry in her heart. At the same time, in the plaza of Emerald Green City, a golden formation was activated from time to time. Light flickered and figures came and went. This was the transportation formation from the western region to the southern region. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following a golden flash in the plaza, a dozen people appeared in the originally empty plaza, as if they were performing a magic trick. Among the dozen people, a rather sloppy old man in white robes was currently holding a wine jar in one hand. He scanned his surroundings. When he looked at the formation beneath his feet, a trace of disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Xiaoyan, brat, you really made this old man look for you. He could not help but mutter in his heart. A tired expression involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. The continent was very big. Looking for a person in this place was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the information that he had obtained at this moment was only obtained by chance not long ago. Of course, even if this was the case, he could not be completely sure that this was the person he was looking for just based on this name alone. However, regardless of whether this was true or not, this was the only clue he had now. It was worth a try. This old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had traveled all the way from the central region to the border of the continent in order to search for his clan members. Carrying the wine jar in his hand, the old man lifted his feet and walked towards the city. Just as he stepped out of the plaza, a young lady brushed past him. Oh! The old man's footsteps suddenly paused. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. His gaze turned and swept across the young lady. Why would a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe exist in this barren land of the continent? The old man was surprised in his heart. Immediately, he shook his head and tossed aside these unnecessary, distracting thoughts. He continued to walk towards the city. The young lady stepped onto the plaza and stood in the middle of the formation. She raised her head and looked toward the sky. A black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. She had already heard from the latter that he had come from the southern region. This time around, she wanted to use the opportunity of training to go and take a look at the place that he had come from. This young lady was Murong Qianqian, who had left the clan by herself. The few years of training and growth caused the young lady to appear much more mature than before. However, there was still some childishness on her pretty face that had yet to disappear. A short moment later, the large formation was once again activated. Under the continuous pouring of energy from the spirit stones, the formation was activated. Murong Qianqian and the dozen-plus people who were with her disappeared from the plaza in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Xiao Mingyuan was walking in boredom on the streets of the city. He planned to temporarily rest here for a day and inquire about information regarding Xiao Yan at the same time. He would set off tomorrow to search for traces of the latter. Just as his footsteps were leisurely moving forward, an old man wearing a brocade robe in a pavilion suddenly looked at him. The moment he saw the latter, the old man's eyes narrowed. A hint of fear flashed across the depths of his eyes. He quickly and carefully withdrew the aura in his body. In the blink of an eye, the old man looked like an ordinary person without any do qi. However, in Green Jade City, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. The deacon of the Yunine Pavilion, the strongest person in Green Jade City, a 2-star do di, Zhang Yi, seeing Xiao Mingyuan's figure gradually disappear into the distance. An extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of Zhang Yi's eyes. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's figure had completely disappeared, Zhang Yi clenched his fist and loosened it. A bird was formed. Mobile version update website. Chapter 954. Pang Lu, what do you want now? In a small village. At this moment, a large group of villagers dressed in ordinary clothes were surrounding a few figures. The leader of the villagers was a strong young man who was glaring angrily at a nefarious young man with a ruffian aura in front of him. He shouted angrily, Zhu Chang, I haven't seen you for a few days and your voice has become much louder. You actually dare to shout at me like this. Hearing the burly young man's roar, the nefarious youth stretched out his little finger and lightly picked his ear with a sneer on his face. We have already paid last month's tax. What are you doing here? Zhu Chang's gaze swept across the few people behind Pang Lu with fear as he said in a deep voice with displeasure. Yes, you are right. You have indeed paid last month's tax. Of course, I will not forget this, Pang Lu cackled, and it actually looked a little strange. But you haven't paid this month's taxes yet. However, in the next instant, Pang Lu's tone suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared at Zhu Chang. The words he spat out caused the expressions of the group of villagers in front of him to change. Pang Lu, what do you mean by this? Every month's tax has always been paid at the end of the month. It has only been half a month, and you are already here to collect taxes. What do you want us to give you? This has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for collecting taxes. Remember, 100 low-level spirit stones, not one less. Otherwise, I will send all of you to the Bear Steel mercenary group. I think you should all know the consequences of entering that group. Hearing Zhu Chang's angry roar, Pang Lu sneered with a look of indifference. He did not care about the life and death of the people in front of him. To him, the most important thing was the spirit stones. As long as the spirit stones were in his hands, it did not matter even if the people in front of him died. Pang Lu, you're making things difficult for us. In the past, we would need at least a month to produce 100 spiritual stones from G Mountain. Now, it's only been half a month. How can we produce that amount? Are you trying to push us to our deaths? Zhu Chang roared. He naturally knew the result of being sent to the Bear Steel mercenary group. None of the villagers were destined to survive. He knew that Pang Lu must have other plans. The latter understood them too well. That fellow definitely had his own motives for forcing them like this. Kik, Zhu Chang, you're wrong. Even if you're really dead, the one who forced you to your deaths isn't me. It's the Northern Desolate Hall. The taxes have been collected early. This is an order from the higher-ups. I'm just following orders. You just have to pay the taxes. As for whether you can pay them or not, it has nothing to do with me. Pang Lu coldly spat out these words. He turned around and was about to leave with his men. However, he seemed to have thought of something the moment he turned around. He turned his head slightly and stared at Zhu Chang. However, it's not that I can't help you. However, that will depend on whether you are willing to grasp this opportunity. What do you want? Zhu Chang's expression sunk. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. At the same time his expression changed, the do qi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. Kiki, if you're willing to give your sister, qi. Before Pang Lu could finish speaking, Zhu Chang's figure suddenly rushed forward explosively. The tyrannical aura of an 8-star, half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. The powerful oppressive power immediately rushed toward Pang Lu. His sister was his only taboo. Anyone who dared to touch this line, regardless of who they were, would die. However, Pang Lu was completely fearless in the face of Zhu Chong's overbearing aura. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He calmly raised his hand and suddenly slammed it down. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a middle-aged man beside him swiftly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he violently collided with Zhu Chong. Bang! The middle-aged man's body was as stable as Mount Tai after the collision. He did not move. When he looked at Zhu Chong, he was forced back by the middle-aged man's attack. He fell into the crowd and was suppressed. You are merely an 8-heart half-emperor, yet you wish to kill me. In the past, I kept you alive because I saw that you were able to lead this group of people to bring me benefits. However, from the looks of it, you wish to rebel against me today. Pang Lu coldly laughed. He walked forward. His gaze was dense and cold as he looked at Zhu Chong, who was standing up in a miserable manner. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since you will sooner or later become a scourge if I keep you alive, I shall take this opportunity to send you on your way today. Pang Lu waved his large sleeve the instant his words sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swiftly spread out from within his body. Under the pressure of this aura, even a few 9-star half-emperors behind him revealed frightened expressions on their faces. Do Di. A 1-star Do Di. Even though this strength was considered nothing at the level of an elite Do Di, a 1-star Do Di was sufficient to suppress everyone present in this place. Do Di. At this moment, even Zhu Chong's heart was incomparably shocked. He had never expected that the person in front of him, who appeared like a ruffian, had actually reached the Do Di class. Hee, you are very surprised, aren't you? I have never revealed my true strength to anyone during all these years. However, since you wish to kill me today, I shall make an exception and personally finish you off. Pang Lu coldly laughed. He raised his hand, and a turbulent Do Chi immediately agglomerated in the empty space in front of him, transforming into a large hand. Soon after, it violently fell towards Zhu Chong, and in the next moment, buzz! The large energy hand that was falling suddenly paused in midair. Soon after, 2 human figures slowly appeared in the empty space. The 2 of them were a man and a woman. At this moment, the man extended a finger and gently touched the large energy hand in front of him. Break! An indifferent word was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, the large energy hand in front of the man shattered with a sound. Very quickly, it disappeared from this world. At this moment, everyone present was stunned on the spot. Numerous gazes involuntarily landed on the body of the black-robed young man. Only a long while later did these people appear to have recovered one by one. The expressions on their faces were gradually replaced by shock. This was especially the case for Pang Lu. The shock in her heart was even more difficult to describe. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was standing in the empty space and breaking Pang Lu's large energy hand with a finger was the person who should have been in the heaven-end ancient tomb and should have been submerged by the collapse of the ancient tomb. Xiaoyan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 955. A moment ago, in an ancestral hall filled with the vicissitudes of life, the strangely shaped floor suddenly flashed, and a dazzling golden light was emitted from it. It was like a sun, and it immediately alarmed the people outside the ancestral hall. There was a small courtyard outside of the ancestral hall. There were a few rooms built around it, surrounding the ancestral hall. There was a corridor at the front of the ancestral hall. On the other side of the corridor was a small bamboo forest, blocking the main entrance to the ancestral hall. Hence, unless one was in front of the ancestral hall, one would not be able to clearly see the situation inside the ancestral hall. At this moment, between the pillars of the corridor, a young girl was shyly looking at the bright light emitted from the ancestral hall. Her pair of strange eyes flashed with a curious splendor. After a short while, the golden light in the ancestral hall gradually disappeared. Under the young girl's shocked gaze, 2 figures appeared in the ancestral hall at the same time. At this moment, the young girl was shocked. Although she wanted to escape, for some reason, her delicate body seemed to be fixed on the spot, unable to move. She could only look at the two people in the ancestral hall with her heart trembling. She was both frightened and curious. Where is this place? Xiao Yan's eyes were surprised and uncertain as he observed the environment he was currently in. Both of his eyes contained some caution as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian in front of him, after which their eyes rotated. Soon after, they landed in the middle of the ancestral hall. There was a stone statue enshrined here, and the two of them were very clear about the appearance of the stone statue. After all, they had met it not long ago. The stone statue's appearance was that of esteemed Tianju. From the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have fallen into the array that esteemed Tianju had set up long ago. He must have planned to send them here. The ancestral hall enshrines esteemed Tianju. This should be his family or the place where he was born. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's eyes continued to observe their surroundings. Both of them clearly understood that now was not the time to catch up. They must first clearly see the situation in front of them and wait until everything had calmed down before doing anything else. But why did he send us here? It has been 1,000 years. Even if there is someone or something that he can't let go of, time has passed, and I'm afraid we can't help him achieve it. Moreover, he hasn't told us about it. Xiao Yan looked at the stone statue and shrugged helplessly. He turned around and was about to step out of the ancestral hall. Wait, he must have sent us here for a reason. Also, didn't you notice that there's a trace of his aura here? Xiao Xian smiled. His dark eyes slowly turned, and soon they locked onto the top of the stone statue. There was a plaque hanging. There were 4 big words written on the plaque in bold strokes. Leave it to fate. Freedom. What a great freedom. Does he mean that it belongs to the fated one? Xiao Xian chuckled faintly. With a thought, his majestic soul power immediately spread out and turned into an invisible palm that approached the plaque. Xiao Yan was suspicious. He glanced at the plaque and used his soul power to probe it, but he didn't find anything. However, Xiao Yan naturally didn't doubt Xiao Xian at all. Hence, he stood where he was and waited quietly. After a short while, Xiao Xian withdrew his soul power. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly solidified the moment he saw this storage ring. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Since the storage ring was placed in such a place by Tianju, it must be Tianju's own storage ring. Compared to the things in the ancient tomb, perhaps the things in this storage ring were Tianju's real collection. It was easy to imagine just how precious the storage ring of a returnance expert was. Oh right, the returnance technique, Xiao Yan hurriedly said after returning to his senses. Xiao Xian was slightly startled when he heard this, after which he quickly recovered. Due to him having practiced the first scroll, he could be said to be extremely clear about the secret of the origin returning skill. Compared to others, Xiao Xian's heart should be even more anxious about the importance of this qi method. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that Xiao Yan was even more concerned about it than him. Xiao Xian smiled and shook his head. A thought passed through his mind, and an enormous spiritual strength once again surged out. It was swiftly poured into the storage ring in his hand. Xiao Yan by the side carried a fiery heat as he anxiously waited. A few minutes later, Xiao Xian's soul power withdrew from the storage ring along with the scroll. Needless to say, it was the returnance technique. The returnance technique, it really is the returnance technique. Tianju purposely left the returnance technique here to prevent those who wantonly destroyed his tomb from obtaining it. That's why it's said to follow fate and rely on human nature. We were lucky. If we hadn't stayed in the palace earlier, we wouldn't have been teleported here, and we wouldn't have been able to avoid that disaster. Soon after, Xiao Xian slowly opened the scroll in his hand with some anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon after, however, a golden light flashed from within the scroll when it was opened. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian involuntarily took 2 steps back, after which an illusionary human figure slowly appeared within the golden light. It was Tianju. However, it was only an image, and they couldn't talk freely like before. Fated person, since you were able to open this scroll for me, it means that this is fate between us. This scroll originally shouldn't belong to me, but everything is fate. To be able to pass through the formation and come here, it means that your temperament is not bad. Therefore, I hope that you can help me with one last thing. If the village where the ancestral hall is still around, I hope that you can do one thing for the village before you leave. The return its technique and all the items in my storage ring will be your reward. In addition, you only need to do one thing. After that, no matter what happens to the village in the future, it will no longer have anything to do with you. If the village is already destroyed by the time you see this, then everything will be fine. The image ended at this point. Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian were startled as they looked at each other, after which the scroll returned to Xiao Xian's hand. Soon after, the two of them turned around in unison. Two pairs of dark black eyes looked at the corridor outside of the ancestral hall. There, a young lady in a red dress was looking at the image that had disappeared from the ancestral hall in a daze. She didn't notice Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian's gazes. Chapter 956. On the ground, Pang Lu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon her clothes were drenched. "You! Who are you? The person who will kill you." Without any superfluous words, Xiao Yin extended his hand and flipped it in the air towards Pang Lu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Pang Lu's head. Before she could even scream in fear, Pang Lu's body and soul were instantly crushed. They turned into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiao Yin covered her delicate and pretty little face in fear. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Chong and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiao Yin nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. Helplessly, he shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the young girl timidly removed her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It was considered a response. Seeing this, Xiao Yin casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression suddenly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiao Yan's cold cry caused a few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiao Yan's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Chong thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiao Yin turned around, Zhu Chong and the villagers behind him all knelt down and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yin. This, my daughter, Kai would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother. Just as Xiao Yin was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiao Yin waved his sleeves, and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw this scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yin became even denser. "Thank you, Senior. There's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Chong, Xiao Yin turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the young girl's multicolored eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yan's gaze had actually landed on Kai, Zhu Chong's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands at Xiao Yan while pulling the young girl behind him. Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree. Haha, little guy. It seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's mocking laughter rang out from Xiao Yan's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiao Yan's body and used Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained within esteemed Tian Ju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Chang. Afterwards, he followed the latter into the village. Along the way, Zhu Chang led the way for Xiao Yan, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, they would speak with both joy and worry. Now that Pang Lu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Lu's death didn't bring them long-term peace. Instead, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. Sigh, Pang Lu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might have been able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, the taxes from above have been increasing in recent years, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It's been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time, even Kai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiao Yan, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind. He couldn't help but pause slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the two old men who were talking. The bodies of the two old men paused when they saw Xiao Yan's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that specializes in producing spiritual stones. Xiao Yan raised his hand and helped the two old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The two old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other, then nodded and said, "Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we're talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones. You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right?" Xiao Yan nodded and said again, "Yes. Could it be that Senior knows the reason?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the two old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they hurriedly asked, "Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. "I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein is related to the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our Zhu village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Rather than that, why don't we give it a try? Let's Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely." Just as Zhu Chang was about to speak, Kerr, who was beside him, interrupted him. Her beautiful face was filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Yan. Yes. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Pang Lu's death can be considered as an explanation. Yes. Hearing Kai O's words, Before Zhu Chang could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned toward Xiao Yan, and Zhu Chang was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Chang's gaze quickly swept across the crowd of villagers before landing on Kai. Seeing the latter's hopeful smile, Zhu Chang then looked at Xiao Yan, respectfully clasped his hands, and smiled awkwardly. In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior. Come. Wonderful book house. Come. Chapter 957. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xin stood side by side in the ancestral hall. The two of them looked at the young lady in a red dress in front of the corridor with a slightly different gaze. They were even more shocked when they noticed her beautiful, multicolored eyes. This is illusory, heavenly eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing paused for a few seconds before they could not help but exclaim in surprise. The moment the two of them spoke, the red-dressed young lady was also startled by the two of them. The seven-colored glow in her pretty eyes flickered slightly before it quickly dimmed. Her expression was panicked as she took 2 steps back. The young lady lifted her gaze and quickly noticed Xiao Yan and Shui. Ah! The young lady's mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation. She turned around with the intention of fleeing. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the corridor she was in was horizontal. The moment she turned around, her somewhat cute appearance collided with a pillar behind her. Immediately, an exclamation sounded once again. Xiao Yan and Shui were also provoked into laughter by this scene. Then, their figures flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the young lady. "Girl, are you all right?" I'm fine," the young lady in a red dress said timidly. The girl in the red dress said timidly. She raised her head and looked at the two people's kind smiles. The fear in her heart couldn't help but dissipate. Who are you? Why have you come here?" the young lady asked timidly. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xin felt rather awkward. To be honest, they did not know why they had come here. They did not even know where they were right now. Haha, we're just 2 passers-by. Perhaps it's because of the plaque in your ancestral hall. Let fate take its course, and that's why we've come here. Xiao Xian smiled as he looked at the young lady with kind eyes that were filled with wisdom and kindness. Let fate take its course, and your fated people? The young lady gradually let down her guard. The smile on her pretty face could not help but make people feel tender affection for her. Yes, fated people. Can you tell us? Boom! Just as Xiao Xian was about to finish his sentence, a violent bang in the distance interrupted his words. The sound was accompanied by a painful roar. The expression on the pretty face of the girl in the red dress suddenly changed. A deep worry appeared on her pretty face. Her mouth also hurriedly shouted in alarm. "Brother Yi!" She hurriedly shouted, "It's Big Brother!" With a cry of surprise, the young lady's eyes turned. She looked anxiously at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian with a pleading expression. Although she did not know who the two people in front of her were, just by looking at their appearance, the young lady was certain that they were definitely strong. At least, they were definitely stronger than her brother. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what had happened, Xiao Yan would naturally not ignore this matter since Tianju had made a request first, and they had already obtained the Gui Yuan skill and Tianju storage ring. Haha, don't worry. Since we're fated, we'll help you solve your brother's problem. With a smile, Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed the young lady's wrist. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan looked at each other. Xiao Xian's figure twisted slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flashed into Xiao Yan's body. Then, Xiao Yan took the young lady and disappeared from the corridor in the blink of an eye. In front of a huge barren mountain, there were rocks everywhere. The mountain path was rugged and steep, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb. However, in front of a half-emperor expert, this was nothing. At this moment, somewhere in this barren mountain, a group of 5 people was standing in front of a huge rock. The space below was not large, and behind them was a high cliff. If they were not careful, they would be in grave danger. Among the 5 people, in addition to Xiao Yan, there was Zhu Chang, Kair, and the 2 old men who were talking to each other earlier. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he stood in front of this enormous rock. He spread out the spiritual strength within his body and carefully probed this mountain range. A short moment later, Xiao Yin helplessly withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. Even after inspecting inch by inch, Xiao Yin was still unable to find any clues. Outside of this spiritual vein, he was unable to detect any energy ripples. Looking at it from the outside, this barren mountain was no different from the other mountains. If a person were to fly over it, he or she would not be able to find any clues about this place. If Zhu Chang was not leading the way, even Xiao Yin would not believe that this place was actually a spiritual vein. It is indeed a creation of the heavens and earth. It is impossible to see anything from the outside just by relying on human strength. No wonder spirit stones are so difficult to find on the continent. This thing is not something that can be found by just relying on soul power. It also requires some luck. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Yin watched as Zhu Chang walked to the front of the huge rock and placed his hand on it. As Doqi was poured in, a rumbling sound quickly sounded from the inside of the huge rock. Soon after, the huge rock slowly descended with a heavy sound. Only when half of it was buried in the ground did it slowly come to a stop. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yan's group, a tunnel that could only fit one person appeared. "Sir, this is the entrance to the spiritual vein." Zhu Chang made an inviting gesture and led the way in front. Xiao Yan followed closely behind, followed by Kai, and the two old men. After entering the tunnel, it only took a short while for the tunnel in front of them to gradually expand. Soon after, it expanded to the point where it could fit 10 people side by side. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed slightly after he entered this place. He could clearly sense the dense energy that permeated this tunnel. Training in this place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort compared to the outside world. However, the difference was that the energy in this place might be more abundant, but at the same time, it was also more heterogeneous. Refining it required more time and effort. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not have the intention to stay here. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely be able to increase by a large amount in a short period of time. While he was surprised by the environment here, Xiao Yan could not help but look at Kai, who was wearing a red dress behind him. Xiao Yan had been observing Kai after entering this place. Her pair of colorful eyes had originally appeared ordinary after entering this place. However, her eyes would involuntarily emit a colorful glow in this place. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the mixed energy within this cave was actually moving toward Kai. Or perhaps it could be said that her body was automatically absorbing the energy within this cave. The modeled energy constantly poured into the delicate body of the girl. The latter was like a black hole that specialized in absorbing energy, absorbing all the energy in the cave. As for the people around her, although they were more or less aware of it, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Therefore, their faces did not reveal any strange expressions. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the abnormally large amount of energy hidden in the depths of Kai's body. Xiao Yan's heart froze, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was especially shocked in his heart. Is this the illusory spirit pupil? It's really terrifying. Chapter 958. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yan knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yan had seen was Qinglin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade-green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qinglin stirred up the entire 9-abyss deep-ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what happened to Kai at this moment, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it, making it exceptionally easy to cultivate. As long as one possessed the illusory spirit pupil, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people, even if one did not deliberately cultivate it. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Kyra now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kyra was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yin thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help with cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of the world. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of the world without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completed, the effect of the illusory spirit pupil would be completely nullified, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kai was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Chang's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yin and the others saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring douqi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy, hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yin, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yin randomly glanced at Kai behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also vividly displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yin to feel a little embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yin could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. This also confirmed Xiao Yin's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the two old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Chang's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Although he had already taken off his clothes and used his doqi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Ka, although the young lady was holding on with her superhuman willpower, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Buzz, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the three of them. Soon after, Xiao Yin raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yin and the other two, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the other side. There was a protruding, milky, white crystal. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yin could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. There was a joy that could not be suppressed in his heart. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently at a standstill. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiao Yin was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Dodi. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiao Yin. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The pressure on Zhu Chong and Kai Er's bodies was also greatly reduced. The 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Yin smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected. Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones." Mobile version update website. Chapter 959. High-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Chong and Kai could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. As everyone knew, there were 4 types of spirit stones: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit stones. Among these 4 types of spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. This was especially true for supreme-grade spirit stones. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been any rumors about it on the continent. From this, one can imagine how precious supreme-grade spirit stones were. Of course, although high-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as supreme-grade spirit stones, they were still extremely rare in the entire Yuanwu continent. Even some super sects might not be able to take out a few of them. Generally speaking, even in spirit veins, there might not be any high-grade spirit stones. In most spirit veins, even after excavating the entire mountain, one would still not be able to obtain a single high-grade spirit stone. In fact, there might not even be a mid-grade spirit stone. Therefore, once a high-grade spirit stone appeared, various factions would definitely fight over it. The spirit veins where the high-grade spirit stones were located would inevitably become the target of all parties. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Chong's heart could be said to be filled with both joy and worry. He was happy that high-grade spirit stones had appeared. This would definitely attract the attention of experts for their Zhu clan village. At that time, the Northern Desolation Hall, the faction that they belonged to, would definitely send experts over. The Zhu clan village might even be able to use this opportunity to gain the recognition of the sect. As long as someone from their village could successfully join the Northern Desolation Hall, this would undoubtedly bring peace to the village. This was a great thing for the entire village. However, what he was worried about was his sister. Although he did not know why she had a pair of multicolored eyes, he could feel that his sister's eyes were definitely not the eyes of an ordinary person. If she attracted the attention of a powerhouse, he would be fine, but he was worried that his sister would be harmed. "Brother, I didn't expect there to be high-grade spirit stones here. As long as we excavate these spirit stones and hand them over to the Northern Desolation Hall, you can know. We can't hand over the high-grade spirit stones here." Before Kai could finish speaking, Zhu Chong spoke in a stern voice, interrupting her with a single sentence. The might and ruthlessness contained in his words frightened the young girl, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. She timidly looked at her brother, who had never lost his temper with her before, with a pair of bright multicolored eyes already filled with mist. "Haha, Kai, don't blame your brother. He's doing this for you, he's just—" At this point, Xiao Yan looked at Zhu Chong. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Chong's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was afraid that Xiao Yan would reveal the truth. Once the girl knew about her special constitution, she would be even more afraid of the outside world. "Haha, your brother just doesn't want to leave you. After all, as long as you join the sect, you won't be able to enter and leave at will in the future. It's very restrictive. Your brother doesn't want to hand over the high-grade spirit stones because he's afraid that he'll be forcefully taken back by the sect's experts, so don't blame him." After Xiao Yan finished speaking, Kai widened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Zhu Chong with her beautiful eyes. Then, she directly threw herself into the latter's arms with a touched look on her face. While calling out for her brother, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a warm smile, while Zhu Chong also nodded at Xiao Yan with gratitude. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a complicated expression. After wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes, the 2 of them let go of each other's arms. Then, Zhu Chong turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and said respectfully, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you with the spirit stones here. No problem. It just so happens that I haven't experienced high-grade spirit stones yet. Today, I'll take it as an opportunity to get to know them." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He immediately flipped his hand, and a puff sound could be heard. A fierce, dense white flame suddenly rose from his palm. A frighteningly high temperature immediately spread. The originally stuffy temperature within the cave had once again become dry and hot in an instant. The moisture that was contained in the air was incinerated into nothingness in an instant. "This is a heavenly flame." Looking at the white flame rising from Xiao Yan's hand, Zhu Chong's face once again revealed a shocked expression. No wonder the person in front of him was so powerful, even though he was clearly much younger than him. It turned out that he had the help of a heavenly flame. To be able to possess a heavenly flame at such a young age, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Carrying the shock in his heart, Zhu Chong pulled Kai aside, and the 2 of them quickly retreated. In this kind of situation, their existence would not be of any help. In fact, if they continued to stay, they might even bring trouble to Xiao Yan. Therefore, leaving this place was their best choice. After walking far away, the brother and sister watched from afar as Xiao Yan raised his palm. The raging flame on his palm turned into a ball of fire, and then Xiao Yan suddenly waved his palm forward. The flame in his palm immediately shot forward, and immediately after, it fiercely bombarded the spirit stones that were connected to each other in the deepest part of the cave. Bam! A dull explosion sounded out, and the cave where the 3 of them couldn't help but shake violently. The 2 old men and the villagers behind them in the distance were also shocked by the huge commotion, but soon after, a series of explosive booms sounded out one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In the depths of the cave, Xiao Yan controlled the heavenly flame and fiercely burned the spirit stones in front of him. This did not have any effect on the spirit stones, but it was able to separate the spirit stones that were originally connected together. Each spirit stone would become a hexagonal crystal of the right size. The creation of the world allowed each of these spirit stones to contain the same energy. This was truly a work of the gods. With Xiao Yan's cultivation and the heavenly flame, it was extremely easy for him to mine these spirit stones. However, he also discovered that the deeper the heavenly flame went into the mountain cave, the closer it got to the high-grade spirit stones. The degree of connection between these ordinary middle-grade spirit stones also became increasingly close. The energy between them appeared to be connected together and merged together. This was also because of the high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade spirit stones were able to absorb the energy within the surrounding spirit stones for their own use. Only through years of infusion and the polishing of time could they finally become supreme grade spirit stones. It could be said that the formation of high-grade spirit stones was essentially the same principle as the cultivation of living beings. They both stood out from millions of others, but unfortunately, in the end, they benefited the living beings of the world. Therefore, in this world, there was no such thing as the strongest. There is always someone better than you, and no one knew if the land you stood on was just a speck of dust in the eyes of someone else. Even so, the living beings of this world had to constantly compete. After all, the only way to see this world clearly was to reach the peak of peerless power, and here, the Origin Emperor was the peak. Crack! As a middle-grade spirit stone fell, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Xiao Yan like a flower. The high-grade spirit stone had appeared. Mobile version website. Chapter 960. The white light shone like a pure white flower. It was so bright that one could not bear to look at it directly. The entire cave was illuminated by the white light. A long while later, the white light gradually dimmed, and the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes slowly became clear. A spiritual stone, or rather, a lump of spiritual stones, appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. Half of it was embedded in the mountain, while the other half was exposed to Xiao Yan. The reason why it was called a lump of spiritual stones was because it was not just a single high-grade spiritual stone. At this moment, what appeared before Xiao Yan was a total of 5 high-grade spiritual stones connected together. 5 high-grade spiritual stones. Even some of the high-grade sects did not have them. In other words, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones in front of Xiao Yan represented the foundation of a sect. Looking at the lump of high-grade spiritual stones, Xiao Yan's heart was stirred up, and he could not calm down for a long time. This was a powerful foundation that could move a sect. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. However, the most important thing now was to break down these 5 spiritual stones. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan once again stretched out his palm. A white flame rose from his palm and gradually attached itself to the lump of spiritual stones according to his thoughts. The scorching heat radiated outwards and seeped into the gaps between each spiritual stone. Bit by bit, the spiritual stones were peeled apart. After all, they were 5 different individuals. Even if they were forcefully joined together by a powerful force, there was still a certain flaw. Xiao Yan only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to seep into the gaps between the 5 spiritual stones and use the mysterious fire to peel them off. Finally, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones would appear before Xiao Yan's eyes. The degree of connection between the 5 high-grade spirit stones far exceeded that of the middle-tier spirit stones from before. This also caused the speed at which Xiao Yan separated the 5 high-grade spirit stones to be much slower. After using a full hour, the 5 high-grade spirit stones were finally completely separated. Boom! Just as the 5 high-grade spirit stones fell to the ground, the spirit stones embedded in the walls of the cave seemed to have lost their support and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It even saved the effort of mining. In total, there were close to 1,000 spiritual stones here. This was enough for the Zhu clan to live comfortably for a year. Of course, this was under the premise that the Northern Wilderness Palace did not impose any additional taxes. Xiao Yan's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the 5 high-grade spirit stones in front of him. However, he eventually calmed down and suppressed the desire in his heart. Although the spirit stones were precious, he was not a person who would be driven by greed. He would not touch the spirit stones before getting permission. At this moment, Zhu Chong and Kai walked over from behind, looking at the 5 spirit stones floating in front of Xiao Yan. Although Kai didn't know, Zhu Chong recognized them at a glance. High-grade spirit stones, and there are 5 of them. Although Zhu Chong had lived in this small village for a long time, his knowledge was not limited. He clearly knew what 5 high-grade spirit stones meant. The Zhu clan spirit vein produces high-grade spirit stones. Once the Northern Wilderness Palace finds out, they will definitely send experts over. When that time comes, the Zhu clan will be directly taken over by the Northern Wilderness Palace. Zhu Chong was shocked and afraid. In the end, he was still afraid that something would happen to the girl beside him. He could care less about his own life, but he had to protect Kai. It was not for anything else, but because Kai was his sister. He said that once they find out about the existence of high-grade spirit stones, it will bring you trouble. As long as they don't know about it, you will be fine. Xiao Yin smiled slightly. There was a hint of calmness in his smile. Suddenly, Zhu Chong raised his eyes and stared at Xiao Yin. His eyes were filled with determination. As long as you can help us get through this trouble, I, Zhu Chong, will give these 5 high-grade spirit stones to you. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will find trouble with you? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. This was indeed his plan, but the latter was too decisive. As long as I can keep Kai by my side, I'm not worried about how the people in the village will treat me. Moreover, as long as he doesn't tell them about this matter, I don't think they will think that there's actually a high-grade spirit stone here. Zhu Chong smiled in relief. He wasn't worried about the people in the village. After all, they were familiar with each other. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him and his sister. However, if it were the people from the Northern Desolate Palace, they wouldn't care about the so-called half-step sovereigns. Instead of facing them, it would be better to face the people in the village. In that case, I have to thank you in advance. However, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about this? I will leave one for you. If nothing happens, you can use it for your own cultivation. If something happens in the future, you can use it to avoid the Northern Wilderness Palace. I just hope that they won't bully you too much. With a smile, Xiao Yin kept the 4 high-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Without hesitation, he took out one of them and gave it to Zhu Chong. This, sir, high-grade spirit stones, just take it as my thanks to you. I'm already satisfied to receive 4 high-grade spirit stones out of thin air. Moreover, I see that your talent is not bad. It's just that you don't have good cultivation resources. This is a good opportunity. You can keep this spirit stone. Xiao Yin smiled. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kai, but he did not feel any antipathy toward Zhu Chong. Even though the latter had revealed a cautious expression toward him earlier, it was still understandable. He could completely understand the protective feeling an older brother had toward his younger sister that was born in their blood. In addition, I see that Kai-er's talent is not bad, but she doesn't cultivate. It should be because she doesn't have a suitable cultivation method, right? With a change of tone, Xiao Yin looked at Kai-er, who was hugging one of Zhu Chong's arms. A touch of pity appeared on his face. To be honest, Kai-er, who had the illusory spirit pupil, was really a natural cultivation genius. It was a pity that Xiao Yin could not take care of himself at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely take her as his disciple. However, even if he could not take her away, if he left some things for her, it would not be impossible for him to take her in as his disciple in the future. As for now, he would just take her as his disciple. Senior, do you mean you're willing to give Kai a suitable cultivation method? Zhu Chong's face was filled with joy. He knew that Kai-er's physique was different from ordinary people. Therefore, in the past, he had not dared to find an ordinary cultivation method for her to cultivate. After all, the cultivation of a cultivation method was related to her life. Once she chose the wrong cultivation method, it was very likely that it would leave behind irreversible consequences in the future. Therefore, he had always been looking for a really good cultivation method for Kai, but he had not found one yet. No, I don't intend to give Kai a suitable cultivation method, Xiao Yin chuckled and shook his head. Immediately, under Zhu Chong's puzzled gaze, he smiled at Kai and asked, Kai, are you willing to take me as your master? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 961. Acknowledge me as your master. Xiao Yan's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of the 2 people in front of him. Kai-er's delicate little face could not help but reveal a flattered expression. As for Zhu Chang, the latter felt even more disbelief in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually want to accept Kai as his disciple. Although Xiao Yan was young, his cultivation was already comparable to the ancestor-level figures of some ancient factions. Once he was willing to accept Kai as his disciple, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the latter's future. At the very least, it would definitely be much better than cooped up in this small mountain village. However, the only thing that Zhu Chang could not bear was that once she acknowledged him as her master, it would also mean that Kai would have to leave his side. Although he was reluctant, Zhu Chang also understood that this was ultimately for Kai's sake. After all, if Kai continued to stay in the Zhu clan's village, not only would she not be able to step into the threshold of cultivation, but she would also have to live in fear of those experts spying on her. In the long run, this was ultimately not a solution. Senior, if I acknowledge you as my master, can you not take me with you? Although Kai was not well-versed in worldly affairs, she understood some of the rules of the continent. Generally speaking, when some powerful seniors accepted a disciple halfway through their journey, they would usually take the disciple along with them to prevent the latter from being lazy in cultivation. At the same time, it was also to provide the disciple with a good cultivation environment and convenient protection. However, Kai-Er's heart was also unable to let go of her brother Zhu Chang. The two of them had relied on each other for survival since young, and neither of them could leave the other. She really could not bear to leave with Xiao Yan. Hearing Kai-Er's words, the expression on Zhu Chang's face suddenly changed. Of course, he knew the reason why Kai-Er said this. However, this matter was related to Kai-Er's life and fate, and he could not allow her to do this. Once she made Xiao Yan unhappy, the matter of accepting her as a disciple would be dropped. Wouldn't this be a waste of such a good opportunity? Senior, Kai-Er is still young, and there are many things that she does not know. Her words just now, that's enough. You don't have to say any more. Before Zhu Chang finished speaking, Xiao Yan chuckled and spoke. However, these words caused Zhu Chang's heart to instantly fall to the bottom. Although Zhu Chang's laughter was still amiable, these words clearly meant that he was looking for an excuse. Did this mean that Xiao Yan did not want to accept Kai-Er as his disciple? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Kai-Er's of Zhu Chang's heart's heart, and she was at a loss. Of course, her appearance and her pitiful appearance. Of course, because of some reasons, I will only bring her trouble. If I bring her, of her, of course, is of her, of course, of the, of her, of the, of hers is. If I bring her, of the, of Zhu, s, of s of them, of Zhu, of Zhu, of them, of. Thank you, Elder. Recovering from her shock, Kai-Er was overjoyed. She hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan. The latter looked at her with a strange expression and did not reply. Zhu Chang, on the other hand, hurriedly hinted at Kai-Er. Only then did Kai recover from her shock and quickly change her words. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Yan nodded his head with satisfaction. Immediately, his tone changed as he opened his mouth once again and said, Although you are now my disciple, you are only a disciple in name. I have very high requirements for my disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you must show me enough strength. Do you understand, Kai-Er? As soon as these words came out, Kai-Er's expression changed slightly. She could not help but feel a little nervous. She had not even stepped through the threshold of cultivation, so how could she possess strength? In this regard, Zhu Chang's face showed a smile of admiration. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan, and a feeling of admiration emerged in his heart. Xiao Yan's words sounded like a kind of pressure to Kai-Er, but in his ears it was a kind of encouragement. As a disciple, which disciple did not want their master to be proud of them? In order to achieve this, one must put in effort. However, Xiao Yan added a point on the premise of pride, and that was to become an inner disciple. To become the pride of one's master, this path was bound to be filled with great difficulties. There would always be people who could not endure and would give up halfway. However, if one only wanted to become an inner disciple, the requirements would be much lower. This would also increase Kai Er's desire to work harder. Master, what kind of cultivation does one need to become your inner disciple? The girl's pretty face showed some expectation. She only hoped that Xiao Yan's requirements were not too high. Otherwise, she would still worry about whether she could achieve it. Xiao Yan pursed his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He said with a smile, "Well, work hard on your cultivation. Kai when you meet the requirements to become my inner disciple, I will come to see you again." Immediately after, without waiting for Kai to speak, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. "This is for you." He extended his hand and handed the scroll to Kai. After the latter expressed her thanks, Xiao Yan continued, "I see that your attribute is wood, so this wood amplification art should be the most suitable for you. In addition, its previous owner was a source ancestor level expert." Xiao Yan smiled. His words were referring to He Mu. This wood amplification art was the Qi method that He Mu had practiced. It was a high-level spirit Qi method. Once mastered, it would be comparable to an intent Qi method. A wood-type Qi method that could be used by the spiritual ginseng tribe to practice was naturally one of the top wood-type Qi methods. When they heard Xiao Yan's words, not only Kai but even Zhu Chong could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Being able to create a source ancestor level expert, just this point alone was enough to prove the strength of this Qi method. After that, Xiao Yan flipped his wrist and handed over a storage ring to Kai. There were quite a number of wood-type Do techniques within it. From the heaven type to the spirit type, there were more than 10 types altogether. In addition, there were also quite a number of spirit stones for Kai to use for training. In fact, Xiao Yan even took out one of the 4 high-level spirit stones in his hand to help Kai with her training. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan gave some instructions before leading the 2 of them out of the deep regions of the cave as though nothing had happened. The villagers within the cave also carried respectful gazes as they watched the few of them leave. After the 3 of them left the cave, Kai turned around and glanced at the 2 old men who had yet to come out. Only then did she curiously raise her head to look at Xiao Yan and softly asked, "Teacher, this disciple still does not know your name?" Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 962. In front of the Zhu family village. Xiao Yan looked at the people in front of him. His gaze swept over his new disciple, and he could not help but feel a little melancholy. "Take good care of her." Xiao Yan stared at Zhu Chong and gave him a forward warning. Zhu Chong nodded heavily. Even if Xiao Yan did not say it, he would definitely take good care of Kai. Then, Xiao Yan's gaze fell on Kai. "Girl, remember what I told you. I hope that the next time we meet, you can bring me enough surprises." The girl nodded with determination in her eyes. Whether it was for herself or to satisfy her master, she would do her best to become stronger as soon as possible. After giving a few words of advice, Xiao Yan moved and left the place under the gazes of Zhu Chong and Kai. Now, it was time for him to find the answer. He had to understand where he was now before making any plans. After leaving the territory of the Zhu family village, Xiao Yan was still in a barren land. Looking into the distance, there was a dense mountain range at the end of his line of sight. However, Xiao Yan's current goal was not to find a mountain range, but to find a human city. Only there would Xiao Yan be able to understand his current situation. "Little fellow, are you really at ease leaving that girl in the village?" Suddenly, Xiao Xian's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips and said, "What can I do?" "Then what can I do? Do I really have to bring her along? I already have enough things on my own. If I bring her along before solving those problems, it will only harm her for no reason. It's the illusory spirit pupil. I'm afraid that even those inhuman fellows from the Ghost Manor will make a move for her. What's more, they want to capture me, so I can't bring Kyra along." "Ghost Hall? What's that?" Because he had been in a deep sleep, Xiao Xian did not know anything about the outside world. Naturally, he did not know anything about the so-called Ghost Hall. Then, Xiao Yan roughly told Xiao Xian about what had happened after he came to the Yuanwu continent. "You're saying that the girl from the ancient clan was taken away by them." After Xiao Yan's general explanation, Xiao Xian had gained quite a good understanding of the Yuanwu continent. In addition, he had the spirit origin source inheritance of Tianju, so he omitted most of the irrelevant information. However, when he mentioned that Sun Air had been captured by the Ghost Hall, Xiao Xian's heart could not help but fluctuate intensely. He naturally had quite an impression of Sun Air. She was the Gu clan's genius, Gu Yuan's daughter, and Xiao Yan's wife. No matter which point it was enough to move him. Xiao Yan's emotions involuntarily became a little violent when this matter was mentioned. The aura within his body involuntarily churned. Enormous Dou Qi overflowed from his body and shattered the invisible space with a bang. However, in the end, Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. He also knew that now was not the time to be angry. The truth still required him to use his strength to uncover it. Before that, being angry would not solve any problems. Moreover, that group of people had clearly come for the two ancient gods' jade, just like the Han clan back then. Xiao Yan believed that as long as he had the ancient jade in his hand, they would not dare to do anything to Sun Air. I also don't know why Sun Air would actually appear in their prison. Furthermore, the Ghost Palace seems to be very familiar with me. They know every single one of my methods like the back of their hand. It's as if I've always been under their surveillance. Xiao Yan sighed deeply. His emotions were complicated. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why they were so clear about him. From the way I see it, their understanding of you should be limited to the Dou Qi continent. After all, if they were really monitoring you at all times, it is likely that you would have already fallen into their hands. Moreover, from what you have said, the speed of your growth and fighting strength in the Western region during these years is also beyond their expectations. The advantage that they originally possessed is gradually no longer present. The current you is also an unknown to them. Ha ha! It is often the unknown that is the most frightening. Xiao Xian laughed softly. Although he had yet to truly meet anyone from the Ghost Hall, this feeling caused him to feel a sense of déjà vu. In other words, it was a feeling of reunion after a long time. Hall of Souls. Xiao Xian's tone was a little deep. He and Xiao Yan spoke the two words in unison. It was really difficult for them to not recall the former when they had such a similar faction background. While the two of them were conversing, Xiao Yan was finally able to clearly see the mountain range in front of him. Amidst the mountains and forests, there was actually a huge city built here. Xiao Yan's heart immediately rejoiced when he saw this ancient city. It was likely that he would be able to find out his current geographical location once he entered this place. Very quickly, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the city. His body slowly descended and landed at the entrance of the city. At this moment, there was a large number of people entering and exiting the city. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He followed the flow of people and swiftly entered the city after paying a low-grade spirit stone as the entrance fee. As soon as he passed through the entrance of the city, Xiao Yan could see with a single glance that in the depths of the city, there was a huge, ancient castle at the other end. It stood in the city like an imperial city. Everyone who saw the ancient castle could not help but cast a respectful gaze at it. Of course, there was no lack of fear among them. However, in comparison, those people's gazes were much more obscure. Xiao Yan only glanced at it curiously. He did not pay too much attention to it and walked straight into the city. At the same time, his ears carefully listened to the conversations of the people coming and going. Very quickly, Xiao Yan obtained the most important information about himself. Northern region. This is actually the northern region. Xiao Yan was shocked. He had never imagined that esteemed Tianju's teleportation array would actually be a teleportation array from a province. It had directly teleported him and Xiao Xian to the northern region. Although he was shocked, Xiao Yan quickly calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Moreover, the northern region was one of his destinations. He still clearly remembered that Guyu had once told him that Hai Machin, the original body of the Sea Heart Flame, was in the northern region. Moreover, the latter had established Beihai College in the northern region. This time, Xiao Yan immediately found his next target. Hai Machin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, just as Xiao Yan was deep in thought, a couple of human figures suddenly attacked. The figures that were originally about to rush over Xiao Yan's head suddenly paused in the next moment. Soon after, they moved their own bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan on both sides of the street. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 963. The scene that had suddenly appeared on the street immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by. Numerous gazes carried shock and pity as they looked at the black-robed, young man who was currently surrounded by the 5 people. At the same time, a middle-aged man among the 5 people also looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a ferocious gaze. His face was ferocious as he spoke with hatred. "Brat, you did not expect that we would meet again so soon, did you?" This middle-aged man who had shouted was one of the 9-star bandits who had been forced back by Xiao Yan's words earlier. However, compared to earlier, the frightened expression on his face was no longer present when he faced Xiao Yan. Instead, there was a cold smile. Wei Rant's fearless manner appeared to possess some courage. This was all thanks to the other 4 old men surrounding Xiao Yan at this moment. These 4 old men were surprisingly all elite Dodi. The strongest among the 4 Dodi had already reached the level of 4-star Dodi, while the weakest was an advanced 1-star Dodi. This kind of lineup could be considered extremely powerful. If it was placed in some second-tier faction, for elite Dodi could be considered the core strength of the faction. However, in this place, there were 4 elite Dodi in this city. Just this point alone was enough to explain the prosperity of this northern region. A place where the strong gathered would definitely be a prosperous place. This principle was applicable no matter where one was. Xiao Yan slowly recovered in the face of the cry of the middle-aged man. He raised his eyes and looked at the few people around him with a strange expression. It was as though he had not noticed the appearance of these 5 people. The expression of the middle-aged man immediately turned green when he sensed this. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiao Yan. However, he was ignored by the latter. "The few of you, I don't seem to have met all of you before. May I know what the meaning of this is?" Xiao Yan ignored the middle-aged man and threw his gaze toward the 4-star Dodi among the 4. His voice was calm as he asked, "Brat, you killed Pang Lu earlier. Now, you actually want to act. Bang." The old man did not open his mouth, but the middle-aged man's face was filled with fury as he roared at Xiao Yan. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, Xiao Yan randomly raised his hand. The middle-aged man's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. He appeared just like a broken sack as he heavily smashed onto the end of the street. "Noisy," Xiao Yan spoke in an indifferent manner. Soon after, his eyes rotated and the expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became indifferent. Both of his eyes stared at an old man in a brocade robe in front of him. His voice sank as he said, "What are you talking about?" "Do-do-dee, old man. Do-dee. Of a person." The old man's expression immediately became somewhat ugly when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually sent the middle-aged man flying with 1 strike in front of him. The gaze he used to stare at Xiao Yan had also become increasingly cold. Of him, Xiao Yan's eyes were still indifferent. His expression did not change because of the old man's tone. The old man's face immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiao Yan was indifferent. He, a 4-star Dodi, was actually ignored by a little brat. Moreover, it was in public. How could he endure this? The old man let out a cold snort. His body shook, and the Do Chi in his body began to circulate within his veins. It is really the case that a newborn calf is not afraid of tiger. You are so powerful and overbearing just because you have some cultivation. Brat, the Olmi does not care who you are today. You have killed an outer court deacon of my northern wasteland hall. Now, you have injured the strong people of my hall. You must pay the price for what you have done today." With an explosive cry, the old man's body immediately charged forward. He waved his large sleeve, and surging Do Chi immediately spluttered out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a long halberd. He waved both of his arms and pierced it towards Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the other 3 old men also released the Do Chi in their bodies and charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan clenched his hand in the air when he saw the 4 people step forward. A completely black-colored heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his hand. He flipped his hand and turned it around. First, he lifted the long halberd that was piercing toward him from bottom to top. Soon after, he swept the huge ruler horizontally and forced back the 3 old men who had entered his attack range. The 4 of them retreated several feet. When they stabilized their bodies, they once again stepped into the air. Powerful dough chi spluttered out from the soles of their feet. Their bodies borrowed the force and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. Powerful dough skills swiftly agglomerated in the hands of the 4 elite dough D. A ferocious aura immediately spread. From the looks of it, if an ordinary elite dough D were to face such a situation, it was likely that he would end up seriously injured even if he did not die. In this regard, Xiaoyan's face revealed a stern expression. If it was not because of Kair, perhaps he would have forced the issue and settled the matter peacefully. However, if he did not want these fellows' attention to be overly focused on the Zhu clan, he could only step forward himself and divert their attention. This time around, if he had not been discovered by these fellows, it was likely that these few people would have already appeared in the Zhu clan. Then, Kair would be in danger. The people from the Zhu clan did not know about Kair's illusionary spirit pupils. However, this did not mean that the dead man would not be able to recognize it. Once Kair was recognized, it was likely that she would face unavoidable trouble. This was something that Xiaoyan was most unwilling to see. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp as he watched the 4 people charging toward him once again. The dou qi in his body slowly circulated. The hand that held the huge ruler also increased its strength. Bang! In the next moment, Xiaoyan, who was standing on the ground, suddenly disappeared. The ground under his feet was instantly shattered into fine powder by a huge force. Almost at the same time, the thick and heavy Xian heavy ruler ruthlessly smashed into the body of one of the 4 people. Pucci! Fresh blood splattered. The body of the old man could not help but fly backwards. The embroidered robe in front of his chest was shattered by the huge force. The huge ruler directly left an inch-deep mark on his chest. Xiaoyan's body did not hesitate even a little after finishing off this old man with one strike. His body flashed, and he was just like a ghost as he left behind a solidified afterimage. By the time the afterimage scattered, the ground of the street was in ruins. The 2 sides of the street were already empty. 2 deep gullies covered the entire street. The crowd was silent. When one looked at the battleground again, it was only the 4-star dough D who was still standing in the blink of an eye. A mere 1-star dough D is fine if I kill him. Forget about that, Pang Lu. No one can even stop me if I want to kill you. The old man was caught off guard and was easily grabbed by the throat by Xiaoyan from the front. Xiaoyan raised his arm slightly and lifted the old man up. The word from his mouth caused the old man's heart to be extremely frightened. His originally frightened face had become completely pale at this moment. Manager, save me. Sensing the cold, killing intent that seeped out from Xiaoyan's eyes, the old man's heart was immediately shocked. Only then did he understand that the strength of the person in front of him actually far surpassed him. No wonder he was so fearless earlier. When the hoarse roar was emitted from the old man's mouth, Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly. His body turned and looked at the deepest part of the street. At this moment, there was a powerful aura spreading out from the ancient castle. A human figure immediately charged out. His target was Xiaoyan. This mister, the matter earlier might have been a misunderstanding. May I know if you can stop and let us sit down and have a chat? The cry was transmitted over. At the same time, a powerful aura that belonged to a 7-star peak advanced dough deep charged toward Xiaoyan. Oh, do you want me to release him? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. Immediately, the hand that he used to grab the old man loosened. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the midair uncontrollably. Chapter 964. The sudden change in the arena caused the expression of the 7-star dough D to change. His lightning-like body had no choice but to slow down. He waved his sleeve, and an invisible strength swept out, stopping the old man's flying body. At this moment, the latter was already seriously injured. Xiao Yan's attack had not only broken the ribs in front of his chest, but it had also shaken and injured the qi paths within his body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover within the next 1 to 2 months. Brat, I'm trying to persuade you nicely, yet you actually want to attack. The expression of the 7th star Do Di immediately became gloomy after carefully inspecting the injuries within the old man's body. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. There was a deep fury surging within his eyes. Persuade me nicely? You are merely afraid that I will take his life at any moment after seeing that he is in my hands. That is why you're holding back. The face of the 7-star Do Di alternated between green and white after being exposed by Xiao Yan. No matter what, you have repeatedly injured the people of my Northern Wasteland Hall today. You should at least give me an explanation. Although he wished that he could attack and capture the person in front of him, the 7-star Do Di was not a stupid person. From Xiao Yan's attack earlier, he could sense that the latter's strength was likely not inferior to his own. It was the first time that he had seen such a young 7-star Do Di. This caused him to feel even more afraid of the latter. Explanation? I can't bear to see your overbearing manner. Does that count? Xiao Yan sneered as he mocked. Brat, since when did a brat like you have the right to meddle in the affairs of the North Wilderness Palace? If you can bring out a powerful background that can make the North Wilderness Palace wary of you, I'll take it lying down. There is no need to probe. Relax. I am alone and do not have any faction backing me. Therefore, you need not worry. If you wish to attack, feel free to do so. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled. His pitch-black eyes stared at the former, as if he had already seen through the latter's thoughts. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the surrounding passers-by watching the battle immediately erupted into laughter. The corner of that 7-star Do Di's mouth involuntarily twitched in the face of this ridiculing laughter. A killing intent surged within his eyes. Arrogant brat, let me see just how capable you are. High up in the sky, a figure flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his right leg and twisted his body in midair. His right leg carried a fierce gust of wind as it directly tore through the void and fiercely swung down at Xiao Yan's head. A powerful force arrived in an instant, as if it wanted to take a person's life with a single blow. It was incomparably overbearing and ruthless. The sudden appearance of this scene also caused the surrounding crowd to emit an exclamation. Even some of the elite Do Di's faces also revealed a deep solemnness. Although the old man appeared to be very old, he was after all a 7-star Do Di. His strength was shocking. Once he attacked, his aura could be said to be world-shocking. Xiao Yan's expression was as calm as usual in the face of this extremely fierce and sudden attack from the old man. Even his eyelids did not twitch. He rotated his right hand and waved his large sleeve. Immediately, he swung it forward gently. His actions were gentle and calm. However, in the blink of an eye, the attacks of the two collided heavily together. Immediately, a low and deep explosion sounded. Turbulent energy ripples immediately swept in all directions from the point of collision. The powerful force instantly destroyed the shops on both sides. Everything within the shops was also turned into ashes. The hands and feet separated upon contact. Xiao Yan's body did not move even a little as he stood in the same spot. Even the black robe that he was wearing did not flutter even a little. On the other hand, that 7-star Do Di staggered back over 10 steps before his body came to a miserable stop. In just a short exchange of blows, the difference in strength between the two was fully displayed. The old man's shady old eyes were suddenly lifted the instant his body came to a stop. His shocked gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with shock. 8-star Do Di. At this moment, everyone present was staring at the news with shocked eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. There were naturally quite a number of 8-star Do Di in this vast northern region. However, there were very few who were as young as Xiao Yan in front of them. Moreover, in their impression, they had never seen such a person in any faction. At this moment, The person who was the most shocked was naturally the seven-star Dodi, who had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan a moment ago. He had originally thought that even if Xiao Yan's cultivation was not weak, there would at most be a gap between them. However, the latter's strength was actually much stronger than he had imagined. 8-star Dodi. With such a cultivation, his position was not low even in the Northern Wasteland Hall. However, the young man in front of him was actually an 8 immortal Dodi. This was really hard to imagine. After this matter, I must report the cultivation and characteristics of this person in front of me to my superiors. The old man secretly thought in his heart. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his gaze involuntarily lowered. Perhaps this was the deterrence that came with the strong. As long as one displayed their strength, even the toughest bones would soften. Do you still have any questions about me? Sensing the change in the old man's gaze, Xiao Yan coldly smiled in his heart. He had seen too many people with such gazes. They always liked to judge people by their appearance. When a real blow came, they did not dare to believe it. Only by being suppressed time and time again could they be completely awakened. A cough cough. Mister, I admit that what happened today was indeed our fault. A person with such a bad temperament should not exist in our Northern Wasteland Hall. Mister's actions have helped us remove a malignant tumor. I have offended you by attacking just now. I hope that you could be magnanimous enough to forgive me. The old man cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan with an embarrassed face. At the same time that he bowed, his old face had turned purple. Even he did not dare to believe the words that he had said. However, in order to avoid the trouble in front of him, he had no choice but to admit defeat. As for the matter of settling the debt in the future, as long as he found out the identity of this black-robed young man in front of him, he would settle the new and old debts together. Xiao Yan was naturally too lazy to bother with the thoughts of this old man. If it was possible, he would definitely not be willing to offend the local tyrant of this place. The reason why he had repeatedly attacked them was because he hoped to shift their attention away from the matter of the Zhu clan village. As for himself, Xiao Yan would not be afraid as long as the one who came was not an origin transformation expert. Chapter 965. Holding the map in his hand, Xiao Yan faced north and continued on his journey. The 7-star Dodi in the city had been killed by one punch from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had randomly found a map of the northern region, identified the direction, and headed north. Guyu had once said that Hai Machin had founded Beihai College. The college was built in the northernmost part of the northern region, the boundless northern sea. Xiao Yan was currently heading toward that place. However, after carefully looking at the map, Xiao Yan frowned and realized that the so-called Northern Desolate Hall was also on his way to the northern sea. Moreover, it seemed that it was a place that he had to pass through. Anyone who wanted to enter the northern sea would have to pass by the Northern Desolate Hall. At the same time that the 7-star Dodi had died, the largest faction in the Northern Desolate region, the Northern Desolate Hall, was located on a tall mountain peak that pierced through the clouds in the northern region's Northern Desolate Mountain. The peak of the Northern Desolate Mountain seemed to have been cut off by a huge axe, leaving behind a flat cross-section. Large buildings towered into the clouds above. One could vaguely see a part of the buildings that were revealed through the clouds. That was the main hall of the Northern Desolate Hall. Usually, there were meetings in the hall. It was also where the hall master sat. At this moment, an old man in a yellow robe was half kneeling in the main hall. His head was lowered and his hands were raised. There was a broken jade tablet between his hands. Hall master, just a moment ago, Elder Li's old tablet was completely broken. There was a huge throne in the hall. There were many carvings of demonic beasts on it. They were so lifelike that they appeared quite domineering. However, there was not a single person on the throne at this moment. Even so, the old man below did not dare to be careless. He respectfully explained what had happened. Do you still need to report such a matter to me? He is merely a 7-star Dodi. It is fine if he dies. However, his death is a small matter. The dignity of my Northern Wasteland Hall cannot be offended. Go and order the Eastern, Southern, and Western Hall chiefs to find the person who killed someone. I want him to know that the people of my Northern Wasteland Hall are not people who can be casually killed. A voice that was filled with majesty resounded within the hall. Although it was impossible to identify where the person who spoke was, the old man who was half kneeling below the stage still responded with a yes. Immediately, his body slowly distorted and disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye. Following the disappearance of the old man, the large hall once again became quiet. A long while later, the empty throne suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe slowly appeared. He slowly clenched his open palm, and a huge amount of energy flowed into the middle-aged man's body. The powerful energy vibrated, and the entire hall trembled. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone dared to touch my northern wilderness palace in the northern region? In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged at the top of cliff. The 9 avatars were also seated around him. The 9 avatars were each absorbing the energy within 3 high-grade spirit stones. Within a short few days, the cultivation of the 9 avatars had already broken through to the advanced 5-star Do-D class. Such a frightening speed was many times faster than in the past. Moreover, this was all thanks to the effect of the high-grade spirit stones. A long while later, the seated Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. His tightly shut eyes were opened. A thought passed through his mind, and the 9 avatars returned to their original bodies. At the same time, the 3 high-grade spirit stones were once again returned to Xiaoyan's storage ring. Soon after, the empty space beside him slowly distorted, and Xiaoxian's figure appeared. "Cuckoo, little fellow, this 9 transformation body skill of yours is really mysterious. It can raise the cultivation of the 9 avatars to the advanced 5-star Do-D class. This kind of lineup is comparable to a high-grade sect." After praising and ridiculing, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. After the two of them chatted for a while, Xiaoyan's gaze returned to Xiaoxian's illusionary body. His heart involuntarily moved. "Ancestor, I saw you block old Luo's spiritual strength in one strike in the ancient tomb earlier. May I know what your current spiritual strength is?" Some curiosity surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he spoke. Perhaps it was because Xiaoxian had just awakened, but his spiritual strength was still in an unstable state. This caused Xiaoyan to be unable to probe. Hence, he could only directly ask. Xiaoxian mused for a moment after hearing this. Only then did he smile faintly and say, "If I'm not wrong, it should be comparable to a rank 5 spiritual strength on the origin martial continent." This, Xiaoyan was immediately shocked when he heard Xiaoxian's reply. However, he understood after thinking about it. Guru Tianju was a returnance expert after all, and Xiaoxian had obtained the inheritance of his spiritual origin. It was normal for Xiaoxian to have such an outcome. Although he still felt a little emotional, it did not affect the overall situation. "Oh, right, Ancestor, since your spiritual origin has completely recovered, may I ask if your body can be recovered as well?" A gleam of light flashed through Xiaoyan's eyes as he changed the topic. Xiaoxian shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "You're thinking too much. You're thinking too simply. Although my soul origin has been fully recovered, the gap between my soul strength and my cultivation base is too great. Ordinary refining methods can't refine a body that can accommodate my soul strength. Therefore, if I want to refine a body, I'm afraid I'll need a body that can at least withstand my soul strength of the 5th step. A body that can withstand class 5 spiritual strength. Doesn't that mean that it has to be the body of an origin transformation expert, at the very least?" Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. His current fighting strength was comparable to a 9-star Do-D, but the difference between him and a true origin transformation expert was like the distance between heaven and earth. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's heart did not feel even a little discouraged. Back then, Yao Lao had also been in a similar predicament. In the end, he had still managed to recover his physical body and become an elite Dosheng. Xiaoyan believed that Xiaoxian in front of him would also have such a day. If he could do the same thing once, he would be able to do it a second time. Other than the problem of a body, Xiao Yan naturally understood that he would need other high-tier medicinal pills and other ingredients as support. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not need to worry about those things for now. Before he found a suitable body, he still had a lot of time to search for those ingredients. As for now, the most important thing was to hurry to the Northern Sea and find Hai Machin. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 966. Haha, little guy, other than the rank 5 soul realm, I have another thing to tell you. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were flying side by side in the void. Suddenly, the latter smiled mockingly and stopped in midair. Xiao Yan frowned. A curious expression appeared on his face. Ancestor, what do you mean? This, Xiao Xian smiled and extended 2 fingers. At the same time, a huge amount of soul power surged and rapidly gathered at his fingertips, releasing a dazzling golden light. Xiao Yan was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately thought of something when he picked up the golden light. Could it be? Xiao Xian extended his finger and randomly drew in an empty space while Xiao Yan was guessing in shock in his heart. After merely a few strokes, he waved his hand, and the golden light seal that was agglomerated instantly shot forward. It collided with a distant mountain with a speed that seemed to chase the stars and the moon. Bang! There was an explosive sound. At the same time, Xiao Yan was shocked to see that the entire mountain peak had been blasted apart by the light seal. Xiao Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock and amazement. He did not expect Xiao Xian to be able to condense a formation. Ancestry? This is all thanks to Tianju's inheritance. In addition to all his soul origin energy, I have also inherited his identity as an array master. This may also be due to my Do Qi attribute. In short, I am now an array master. At the end, even Xiao Xian himself was pleasantly surprised. After receiving Tianju's inheritance and listening to Xiao Yan's explanation, he had some understanding of the path of an array master. The existence of an array master in the origin martial continent was not inferior to an alchemist. However, the 2 paths were different, and the former was more difficult, causing the path of an array master to gradually decline. However, the path of cultivation was different. This was the rule of the continent. Xiao Xian had obtained the inheritance of Tianju's soul origin energy, so he was destined to become a formation master. In the future, Xiao Xian would definitely go further and further on this path. He would accomplish what Tianju had failed to do, or even surpass him. Subsequently, the grandfather and grandson laughed and chatted for a while. After Xiao Xian withdrew his soul power, he once again moved and quickly flew toward the north. The Northern Wilderness Palace was located in the Northern Wilderness. There were a total of 4 palace masters in the palace. The Grand Palace Master was located in the main palace, which was the Northern Mountain. The other 3 palace masters each occupied one side of the palace. Other than the main palace, the other 3 palaces were called the East, South, and West Palaces respectively. Feng City. Feng City was an extremely large city in the northern region. Although it was not the largest city in the entire northern region, it could be considered one of the top 10 cities. This was because of its geographical location. Feng City faced the eastern hall of the Northern Wilderness Hall to the north. Although the distance was rather far, the 2 existed on the same latitude. It was also because of this that Feng City and the 4 halls of the Northern Wilderness Hall cleverly formed an X shape. Today was the day to enter the obsidian tower that occurred once every 5 years in Feng City. Until today, half a month had passed since Xiao Yan had left the Zhu clan village. Walking in Feng City, Xiao Yan's gaze casually swept across the crowd. His loose black robe flowed freely in the crowd like water. Xiao Yan easily arrived at the center of the city. This place was a huge plaza. An enormous black-colored stone tower stood in the middle of the open ground. A countless number of people crowded around it. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the crowd and could clearly see that there was a large empty space in front of this black-colored stone tower. Other than that place, the entire city seemed to have been filled with people. In that empty space, Xiao Yan could clearly see the figures of 3 people. They were middle-aged men wearing brocade robes with the word desolate embroidered on their backs. These three people were from the Northern Wilderness Hall. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, but his heart did not stir much. 3 late 9, star Do D. One of them had even reached the peak of the late 9, star Do D. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest in this place. At this moment, their gazes were tightly locked on the black stone tower in front of them. Deep within their eyes, there was a fiery glow. Xiao Yan had already been in the city for nearly 2 hours. During this period of time, he had heard quite a number of things related to this black bright tower. After hearing these news, even his heart could not help but be moved. This obsidian tower actually had the ability to raise the cultivation of Do D's elite. Just this point alone was enough to make him excited. Cultivation. This had always been the problem that Xiao Yan was most concerned about. Only with great strength would he be able to freely traverse the continent, rescue Sun Air, and reunite with his wife. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not easily miss it. Even though the destination of this trip was the Northern Sea, it was not important to stop for a short period of time on the way. Moreover, if he could use this time to raise his cultivation, Xiao Yan would naturally be more than happy to do so. According to the people around him, the obsidian tower contained the souls of many powerful magical beasts from the ancient times. However, after the passage of time, these souls no longer possessed their original strength. Even if they inherited their innate tyrannical and murderous nature, the damage they could do to humans was no longer as great as before. In the long river of time, due to the obsidian tower, the remnant spirits of these magical beasts had actually merged and absorbed the energy between heaven and earth. Finally, they had become a completely new energy body. The natural energy contained within these energy bodies was especially large. If one was able to absorb it, even an elite Do D's strength would similarly increase. This was especially so after many Do D had broken through their cultivation in the obsidian tower. This caused the obsidian tower to attract even more Do D's attention. It was also because of this that the scene of today appeared in Feng City. If I can enter the obsidian tower this time, perhaps my cultivation will be able to take another step forward. If that's the case, perhaps with my own strength, I will be able to fight a mid-9 star Do D without being at a disadvantage. Looking at the tall obsidian tower in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly fiery. Do Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 9, 67. Rumble. The enormous obsidian tower in Feng City suddenly began to shake. The thick black stone door slowly opened with a rumbling sound. Everyone present threw their fiery hot gazes over. After the door of the obsidian tower was completely opened, the enormous human wave immediately roared and charged forward. Their target was the obsidian tower in the middle of the square. The roar was like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. The black mass of human flow was like a large dark cloud as it surged forward. At this moment, the three middle-aged men in front of the obsidian tower exchanged glances with each other and parted their mouths to smile. Cuckoo, Easter Hall Master, I remember that you have obtained the greatest benefit among the three of us in the obsidian tower the last time. How is it? You are about to reach the peak of the Advanced 9, Sir Do D class, right? The person in the middle of the three smiled. He looked at the tall and sturdy middle-aged man on his right. His eyes contained a mocking expression. Although the three of them were all subordinates of the Northern Wasteland Hall, they had their own conflicts with each other. The main hall would not stop or interfere with this kind of conflict. It was also because of this that the Northern Wasteland Hall was able to take such deep roots in the northern region. It was also because of this that the foundation of the Northern Wasteland Hall was so strong. Hearing this, the Easter Hall Master's expression was cold as he glanced at the middle-aged man. He coldly said, "Unlike you, Southern Hall Master, I'm afraid that you are planning to break through to the 8th level after entering the Obsidian Tower this time. As long as you can enter it, your cultivation might be able to leap to the Origin Transformation Realm. At that time, you will really become the number 2 of our Northern Wasteland Hall." Haha, since the Easter Hall Master has said this, I will congratulate you here. I hope that you can successfully break through to the origin transformation realm. At that time, you will need to help me." After the words from the Eastern Hall Master's mouth sounded, the middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance to the left of the Southern Hall Master cupped his hands toward the Eastern Hall Master. His face revealed a warm smile, and the words from his mouth contained some flattery. "Oh, since that is the case, I will borrow your auspicious words. Ha ha, Western Hall Master, please be rest assured. Once I break through to the origin transformation realm, I will definitely lend you a hand. I hope that you can break through to the origin transformation realm as soon as possible so that you can properly control the northern region and strengthen our northern wasteland hall." The South Hall Master laughed out loud. He glanced at the East Hall Master from the corner of his eye and sneered. Then he moved his body and charged toward the Obsidian Tower. The East Hall Master and the West Hall Master exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were ice cold. Soon after, they moved and rushed towards the Obsidian Tower together. Within the crowd, Xiao Yan's body was like a snake that could not be stopped as he slithered forward. Following the flow of people, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Obsidian Tower. Seeing the large amount of people entering, Xiao Yan's forward speed unknowingly increased. However, just as Xiao Yan charged into the Obsidian Tower, a huge force suddenly descended from above his head. His body, which was originally floating in mid-air, almost fell to the ground. Xiao Yan was slightly startled in his heart. Immediately after, he regained his senses. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he seemed to have shaken off that huge force. Raising his head to look at the huge stone hall in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Other than the powerful magical beast energy bodies within the Obsidian Tower, the most important thing was the Obsidian Tower itself. It possessed an extremely frightening, suppressive ability. Even a strong Do-D would have difficulty moving within it. Although the pressure within the tower was frightening, the strength of the first level was far from enough to suppress Xiao Yan. The pressure here could at the very most cause some 2-star Do-D to be unable to resist. As long as one was a 3-star Do-D, one would be able to barely move within this place. Under this pressure, even if they did not kill those energy bodies, they would still be able to grow quite a lot. The ability of the obsidian stone itself was that it had an extraordinary condensing effect on Do-Chi. Hence, training within the Obsidian Tower would often be able to obtain great benefits. At this moment, there were already quite a number of low-class Do-D who had begun to crazily train within this place. The Obsidian Tower would only be open for 3 months. Hence, they needed to raise their cultivation to the greatest extent within this period of time. Otherwise, they could only slowly train and wait for another 5 years. However, compared to these people, Xiao Yan's target was clearly not the first level. A pair of dark black eyes swept across the interior of the large hall. Very quickly, Xiao Yan looked towards the deepest part of the large hall. At that spot, numerous human figures were swiftly running. In front of them, there was a row of wide stairs. That was the path that led to the second level. They watched as the group of people rushed up the stairs. But soon, other than a portion of the crowd, the speed at which most of them climbed up the stairs became slower and slower. In the end, they directly laid down on the stairs, gasping for breath with great difficulty. Their bodies were unable to move even an inch, and even moving a finger was difficult for them. As for the other portion of people, although the expression on their faces appeared to be a little strenuous, they still quickly rushed up to the second level. Xiao Yan looked over. Among those people, the weakest one had a 4-star Do-D's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that the pressure within the Obsidian Tower would soar with the rise of the level. The pressure of the second level was definitely something that even an ordinary 5-star Do-D would have difficulty resisting. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He did not hesitate even a little as his toes pressed on the ground. Soon after, his body shot forward in a ghost-like manner. His wind-like speed immediately alerted the surrounding elite Do-D seated on the ground. Xiao Yan's body flashed in front of numerous surprised gazes. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged up the stairs. Buzz! A frightening pressure descended on Xiao Yan's head. However, Xiao Yan's body did not pause even a little as he charged forward, ignoring the frightening pressure. In the blink of an eye, his body had disappeared from the large hall of the first level. This fellow, who is he? He is actually able to ignore the pressure of the first level. Looking at his agility, it is likely that his cultivation has already reached that of an 8-star Do-D. Waves of discussions were emitted from the large hall of the first level after Xiao Yan's body disappeared. Their voices were filled with surprise. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also appeared on the second level of the stone tower. Xiao Yan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. This time around, Xiao Yan glanced over and saw quite a number of illusionary magical beasts floating in the air within the large hall. These fellows were of different sizes, but without exception, their bodies contained an extremely large amount of energy. However, Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear this. His body shook slightly and removed the pressure that had landed on his shoulder. Soon after, his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stairs of the third level of the stone tower. Chapter 968. After passing through the first 4 levels of the stone tower, Xiao Yan's figure quickly appeared on the 5th level. At this point, most of the experts gathered in the hall were already 8-star Do-D. Other than 2 or 3 7-star Do-D who were sitting cross-legged in training, the other 8-star Do-D had pressure above their heads. They were each using their own methods to fight for the energy bodies of the magic beasts floating in the air. Explosive sounds of Do-Chi colliding continuously sounded from the hall. Human figures flew around. Occasionally, there would be energy bodies that were killed. Soon after, they would be held in someone's hand. Even though other people could not help but feel a burning desire in their hearts when they saw this, the strength of the people present was almost the same. It would be troublesome if they were to fight. Rather than fighting each other pointlessly, it was better to make use of the time to kill more of these energy bodies. Faced with the attacks of an 8-star Do-D in the battleground, those energy bodies would naturally not just stand there and allow themselves to be beaten. Faced with the pursuit of an 8-star Do-D, these energy bodies would dodge and do their best to retaliate. It was not impossible for some powerful energy bodies to turn around and suppress the human experts. Standing in front of the stairs, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the continuously flashing crowd in front of him and landed on the stairs behind him. Just like before, there are also elite Do-D sitting cross-legged there with difficulty. Moreover, the cultivation of those people had generally reached 8-star Do-D. The strongest among them had even reached the level of a quasi-9-star Do-D. If even such a cultivation was suppressed here, one could imagine just how frightening the pressure contained in the 6th level was. Standing on the 5th level, the current Xiao Yan could already clearly feel the heavy pressure on his shoulders. Even though this was far from his ultimate limit, it was enough to cause people to feel shocked. Stomp! Xiao Yan's feet were slightly heavy as they stepped on the ground. Do-Chi gathered under his feet. Soon after, it was like a fountain that angrily spurted out. Chi! Do-Chi surged as Xiao Yan's body suddenly charged forward. His body was just like a shooting star. Any energy body that collided with him would explode in an instant wherever he passed. Only pieces of energy cores were left as they fell from the air. Soon after, they attracted a wild scramble from the 8-star Do-D present. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already reached the staircase leading to the 6th level in that short instant. His footsteps did not stop as he stomped heavily on the first step. His figure once again charged forward explosively, heading straight for the 6th level. On the stairs, the few elite Do-D's faces were filled with shock as they watched Xiao Yan climb to the 6th level without stopping. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The 6th floor, when Xiao Yan's figure appeared on the 6th level of the stone tower, the number of people in the hall had decreased significantly. There were only 7 elite Do-D on this level. Moreover, all 7 of them were elite 9-star Do-D. The 3 hall chiefs of the Northern Wasteland Hall were also among them. At this moment, these 7 people were each standing in a corner of the hall. Other than 2 of them, the others were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground. They quietly endured the frightening pressure that came from above their heads. Under the cover of this frightening pressure, they repeatedly condensed the dou qi within their bodies. When one's cultivation had reached this level, it was impossible to rely solely on training to raise one's strength. Only by repeatedly condensing one's body and repeatedly condensing one's cultivation would one be able to achieve success. At this moment, other than the 2 people who were still fighting for the energy bodies, the other 5 people in the hall were all advanced 9-star dou di. Therefore, such a scene had occurred in the hall. The few people in the hall did not make much of a move in the face of Xiao Yan's sudden appearance. They merely randomly glanced at the latter. After discovering that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, a different expression more or less surfaced in their eyes. However, that was all. After stepping into the 6th level, the frightening pressure that landed on Xiao Yan's shoulders became even more frightening. This time around, even Xiao Yan felt a little strenuous. Once again, he raised his gaze and looked at the stairs that led to the 7th level. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. He did indeed still have some strength left in this 6th level. However, if he were to forcefully charge into the 7th level, the result would be unknown to him. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. Finally, he withdrew the thought in his heart. He turned his gaze and looked at the energy bodies in the midair. The energy contained within these energy bodies on the 6th level was much larger than the energy on the previous few levels. How could energy that could move a 9-star dou di be weak? Oh, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. His shoulders twisted slightly. The strength within his body also began to truly surge at this moment. It was just like a huge dragon that was slowly awakening at this moment. Xiao Yan's eyes rotated. His sharp gaze quickly locked onto a lion-like, illusionary, enormous beast that was suspended in midair in the middle of the hall. Although its body was similarly illusionary, this fellow was clearly much more real when compared to the other energy bodies. This also proved that the energy contained within its body was much larger. Xiao Yan had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hence, he could only choose the strongest fellow. Although he would have to spend some effort, he would be able to save a lot of trouble as long as he could end the battle quickly. Xiao Yan's hands slowly clenched into fists. An enormous force swiftly agglomerated within his palms. Dou qi surged, and a heavenly flame rose. It swiftly covered both of Xiao Yan's arms. The strength elephant skill was also unleashed at this moment. It is actually a heavenly flame. The appearance of the heavenly flame immediately attracted the attention of a few people in the hall. The 3 hall masters of the Northern Wasteland Hall were no exception. When the Southern Hall master saw Xiao Yan, he immediately narrowed his eyes. A doubtful expression appeared in his eyes. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally became silent. Soon after, the Southern Hall master slowly stood up. With heavy footsteps, he actually walked directly to the stairs that led to the 7th level. Sitting cross-legged earlier might have been a form of training for others, but to him, it was merely a way to recover his strength. What he needed to do now was to break through to the 7th level. As long as he could reach there, he might be able to use this opportunity to complete a breakthrough in his cultivation and become an origin transformation expert in one go. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body moved with a powerful pressure above his head. He charged toward the energy body at the center of the hall. Within the hall, although Xiao Yan's speed was fast, the energy body still managed to dodge in time. In this regard, Xiao Yan felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he quickly let out a cold smile. His feet violently stomped on the empty air. At the same time, his body once again charged out explosively. Mobile version update website. Chapter 969. Who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The Omi has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young, strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was a peak advanced OD, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did such a young, strong person appear in the northern region? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall has kicked an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the people from the Northern Wasteland Hall touch him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in this northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They had always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiao Yan's appearance was able to tear apart this scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. The fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall Chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed a large hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall Chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They wantonly destroyed his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall Chief's body. Because of this, the South Hall Master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bingnan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bingnan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall Master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bingnan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark, heavy Buster Sword. If he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiao Yan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the large black Buster Sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall Chief. The South Hall Chief swung the battered hammer. Doqi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiao Yan back. After forcing back Xiao Yan with a single blow, the South Hall Chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To the South Hall Chief, this was an excellent opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier to suppress Xiao Yan. A mere 7-star Do was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he did not have any puppets. He would not cause any trouble for the South Hall Chief. This time, he could easily kill Xiao Yan outside the Obsidian Tower. As for the treasures on Xiao Yan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall Chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bingnan hammer, sky-raising strike. With a low cry in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall Chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. At this moment, he clearly saw that the Northern King's body had been directly smashed into the obsidian tower. This guy, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He did not expect the South Hall chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the obsidian tower, he would lose a huge trump card. Northern King, come back, he shouted, but it was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King could not control his body. Even if Xiao Yan tried to control it, he could not change the outcome. As Xiao Yan's expression changed wildly, the Northern King's body was directly smashed into the obsidian tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the obsidian tower were shut tightly. The obsidian tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the obsidian tower was completely sealed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the obsidian tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. He turned his head with a smile and looked at Xiao Yan. Green-colored dough cheese surged out of his hand with a puff sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack, and Xiao Yan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall chief. Even though the South Hall chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the 4th and 5th steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack. Chapter 970. Stomp, the foot that had just been lifted a moment ago, once again landed heavily on the ground. He turned his gaze, and his sharp eyes shot toward the South Hall master. His eyes were dense and cold as he spoke in a deep voice. How do you know that I did it? Cuckoo, you have forgotten. Although you killed Li Su, those few low-class OD were only seriously injured and did not die. They had deeply imprinted your appearance in their minds. The South Hall master smiled. He appeared incomparably calm. Although he was unable to see the exact cultivation of the black-robed young man in front of him, he felt that the latter was at the very most an intermediate 9-star OD. Such a strength would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. I should have finished them off back then. Xiao Yan's tone was low and deep. The South Hall master laughed when he heard this. There were quite a number of people who saw your appearance back then. Don't tell me that you wanted to kill everyone in the city. May I know what you plan to do to me now? Xiao Yan's tone was icy cold. He flipped his hand, and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and left a shallow dent even on the hard floor that was created from obsidian. A strange glint involuntarily flashed across the South Hall master's eyes when he saw this scene. This obsidian tower was so hard that even with his cultivation, it was difficult to shake it. It was unexpected that the weight of this strange large ruler was actually able to leave a dent on it. This caused him to feel extremely curious. Little brat, it's not strange for you to be able to kill Li Su. However, you shouldn't have killed someone from the Northern Baron Palace. I think the obsidian tower is a good place to be buried. Today, you will die here. The South Hall master's body moved the instant his voice sounded. He directly flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Dou Qi agglomerated and turned into an enormous Dou Qi palm above Xiao Yan's head. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. The South Hall master cried out in his heart as he waved the large ruler in his hand. A dense white flame covered the large ruler. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire barrier around Xiaoyan, protecting him within it. Boom! The gigantic energy palm descended and violently smashed against the fire barrier. Immediately, flames shot out in all directions. The energy palm was forcibly blocked, and the fire barrier was pushed back and dissipated. Xiaoyan's hand, which was tightly gripping the giant ruler, could not help but feel slightly numb. The opponent was indeed worthy of being an expert at the peak of the advanced stage Do D class. His strength was not something that an ordinary elite Do D could compare with. Even Xiaoyan did not have any chance of victory when fighting with him. Of course, this was under the premise that the North King was not used. Compared to Xiaoyan's surprise, the South Hall chief's heart was even more surprised at this moment. Xiaoyan's defeat was within his expectations after just one exchange. However, after the collision earlier, Xiaoyan's cultivation had been completely exposed in front of him. Advanced 7-star Do D? You are only a 7-star Do D. The South Hall master's face was filled with shock. The black-robed young man in front of him, who had easily entered the 6th floor of the Obsidian Tower, was actually just a 7-star Do D. What happened? Your cultivation. Could it be that I have sensed wrongly? You have not sensed wrongly. I am indeed an advanced 7-star Do D. Moreover, it is all thanks to that energy core. I was only able to break through by borrowing its strength. Xiaoyan grinned and clenched his numb hand. The expression on his face gradually became stern. Although the opponent was indeed a peak advanced 9-star Do D, this was the only way to arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. What a surprising brat. I am becoming more and more curious about you. Who exactly are you? You are the first person in the northern region who dares to attack my northern desolate hall. As he spoke, the South Palace master clenched his hand. The storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, a gigantic hammer fell into the latter's hand. 3rd South Hammer, the weapon that made me famous. Heavy Xian ruler. These 3 words could be considered as a reply to the other party. Good. What a good heavy Xian ruler. I will accept it on your behalf. As his voice sounded, the South Palace master's arm suddenly shook. The gigantic hammer was swung, and the sound of wind immediately sounded in the hall. Soon after, a gigantic hammer shadow, wrapped in Do Qi, violently shot toward Xiaoyan. Flame-splitting tsunami. With a low cry, the gigantic ruler in his hand was swung. The heavenly flames surged, and a majestic flaming ruler glow shot out. It broke the hammer shadow that was coming toward him and continued to smash toward the South Palace master without any reduction in strength. 3rd South Hammer, hammer subduing the mighty. The gigantic hammer was swung once again. It fell from high up and violently smashed onto the floor. However, it did not leave any mark. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out in all directions with the gigantic hammer as the center. As the hammer fell, the glow of the flame-splitting tsunami and the energy wave scattered. This time around, Xiaoyan's flame-splitting tsunami was instantly broken. The powerful energy wave swept forward with the momentum of breaking bamboo. The remaining energy forced Xiaoyan back with a single strike. Puff! A muffled groan was emitted from his mouth. Threads of fresh blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was still fiery hot. The hand that was holding the gigantic ruler tightened. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a row of teeth that were dyed red by fresh blood. He parted his lips and laughed. Haha, not bad. It has been a long time since I met an opponent with such a powerful physical body. Again, the instant the laughter was emitted, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shot forward. He waved the gigantic ruler and charged toward the South Palace master with brute force without using any Do techniques. You are really a person who will not shed tears until you see the coffin. All right, let me exercise my muscles. It has been a long time since I met a younger generation member with such a powerful physical body. The South Palace master also sneered. He waved the gigantic hammer, and his body also charged forward. He violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. Clang, 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 clang. The gigantic ruler was swung upward, and the gigantic hammer was swung downward. The collision between the two of them was completely based on the strength of their physical bodies. Their moves were large and wide. Sparks shot in all directions when they collided. The sharp collision sound that almost caused one's ears to explode continuously resounded in this large hall, where the pressure was becoming increasingly strong. However, the two people in the hall acted as though they did not hear it. Fists and palms intersected. Elbows and shoulders collided. Every part of the body of the two of them had become the strongest weapon. The battle between the two of them became increasingly intense and fiery hot. However, the South Palace Master appeared to have a card up his sleeve from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was waiting for something. Bing Nan Hammer, sky lifting. Suddenly, the South Palace Master let out an explosive cry. His body swiftly rose into the air. The distance between Xiao Yan and him was also instantly pulled apart. Soon after, the gigantic hammer fell. Powerful Do Qi gathered at one point and directly struck at Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 971. Bang! The sudden attack of a 9-star Do D was something that even Xiao Yan was unable to completely block. In the end, he was forcefully sent flying by the aftershock of the enormous hammer. The heavy Xian ruler, which he had been holding tightly in his hand, also slipped out of his hand. Clang! The heavy, enormous ruler smashed onto the ground. The heavy, enormous ruler was forcefully embedded an inch deep into the ground. This obsidian tower, which was built from obsidian, was completely useless in front of the heavy Xian ruler. Xiao Yan's body rubbed against the ground as he continued to retreat. At the same time, the pressure that he could feel around him also became increasingly frightening. The muscles all over his body tightened as Do Qi wildly surged. Only then did he forcefully remove the frightening force within his body. At the same time, he also resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within Xiao Yan's body to churn. His expression involuntarily became much paler. He raised his eyes, only to see that the South Hall Chief's eyes had landed on the heavy Xian ruler. After the repeated collisions, he had naturally sensed the extraordinariness of the heavy Xian ruler. If it was not because his Bing Nan hammer had the support of Do Qi, it was likely that it would have already been deformed. The hardness of this strange, large ruler could be said to be the most frightening thing that he had seen in so many years. If he could obtain such a weapon, his fighting strength would definitely be raised. The South Hall Chief did not hesitate as he walked to the front of the heavy Xian ruler. He extended his hand and lifted it. A 9-star Do D has actually been reduced to snatching a weapon from me. A 7-star Do Daha? You are actually still able to stand up after receiving an attack from me. The South Hall Chief's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw Xiao Yan stand up from the ground. He immediately laughed coldly and said, "As the saying goes, the strong are respected. This ruler of yours is originally an extraordinary item. In any case, it will only be buried in your hands. Why don't you give it to me and let it shine in my hands?" The South Hall Chief laughed coldly as he bent his waist. His hand was already placed on the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler. Immediately, he held it in his hand and was just about to lift it. Buzz! An extremely frightening weight was suddenly transmitted from the huge ruler. The South Hall Chief had used all of his strength, but he was unable to move the heavy Xian ruler even a little. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that the moment he held the heavy Xian ruler, he could clearly sense that the Do Qi energy within his body, the vortex, and even the Do Qi energy that was swiftly circulating within his Qi path had actually become sluggish in an instant. The frightening pressure within the hall made it difficult for him to breathe. The recovery speed of the injuries in his body also slowed down because of this. He had to use more time to catch his breath. After nearly an hour, Xiao Yan's breathing gradually stabilized. The pressure above his head was as heavy as a mountain. causing the dou qi in his body to circulate at a slower speed. Xiaoyan steadied himself and put away the heavy Xian ruler. He was about to walk in the direction where the South Hall chief had left. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, he stopped. His foot stopped in midair. Xiaoyan stared at the ground in front of him as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Xiaoyan abruptly turned his head. His body turned and his feet followed suit. After which, he stepped heavily on the stairs that led to the 7th level, which was just a short distance away. Since he still had the energy to spare, Xiaoyan naturally would not retreat so easily. Since he was already here, he had to try and see if he could step onto the 7th level. Buzz! As the sole of his foot landed, the heavy pressure above his head suddenly increased. At the same time, Xiaoyan's shoulder also sank slightly uncontrollably. However, he was immediately lifted up by force. A low cry was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his pale face instantly became flushed red. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his body trembled slightly. Only after a couple of breaths did he slowly calm down. What a frightening pressure! The pressure on the stairs is almost twice as strong as the pressure in the hall. Xiaoyan thought deeply in his heart. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness because of this. Even though this was the case, he still wanted to give it a try and see just where his limit was. A few minutes later, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his foot under the pressure above his head. What should have been an extremely simple action took Xiaoyan nearly 5 minutes to complete. During this process, he had endured a frightening pressure that he had never experienced before. Step. The second stage. Chapter 972. Step. 7th step. When the heavy footsteps once again landed, Xiaoyan's body was still firm. He was unwilling to lower his head as he stood on the 7th step of the Obsidian Tower's 7th level. He clenched his teeth tightly, and a hissing sound was repeatedly emitted from between his teeth. Xiaoyan had used nearly 4 hours just to step onto these 7 steps. This kind of speed was naturally as slow as a tortoise from Xiaoyan's point of view. However, he had never thought about what those 9-star Dodi would think if they were to see this. This was especially so for the South Hall Master. 5 years ago, he had also stepped onto these steps. However, he had only managed to step onto the 10th step after using 2 days. It was difficult to imagine what the South Hall Master would think if he were to see Xiaoyan's current speed. Most importantly, the Obsidian Tower was closing at this moment. The pressure within the tower had become even more frightening. It was completely incomparable to the pressure that the South Hall Master had to deal with back then. This time around, Xiaoyan stood at the same spot and panted for half an hour, after which he took another step with great difficulty. His body was slightly hunched, and his movements were as slow as an old man's. When Xiaoyan took another step onto the 8th step, his body suddenly sank, and he nearly fell down. However, in the end, he forcefully stood up with a ferocious expression. A hoarse, low roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. This time around, his movements did not pause at all. He allowed the pressure above his head to descend. When he stepped onto the 8th step, his body suddenly bent down, and one of his hands violently pressed against the ground with a bang. Rip! Under this frightening pressure, the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing was forcefully shattered, revealing Xiaoyan's bright red body underneath. Puff! The heavenly flame rose. The dense white flames swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and transformed into a flame armor. With this, he once again resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Crack! However, the flaming armor could only hold on for a short, while before a cracking sound suddenly rang out. What? He was shocked. He didn't expect the pressure to be so terrifying. Even the heavenly flame armor couldn't withstand it. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Under this frightening pressure, Xiaoyan's internal organs had also been injured. If he did not stop, it was likely that he would suffer an even more serious injury. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate! With a roar in his heart, a domineering golden light immediately condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The pressure on his body also decreased by a lot. 9. Xiao Yan's mouth panted heavily as he once again lifted his foot and landed on the 9th step. 10th Pucci. When he took the 10th step, the golden light that covered Xiao Yan's body rapidly dimmed. This time, Xiao Yan's hands landed heavily on the ground. His arms trembled violently as he forcefully supported his body. His solid muscles had become as hard as steel at this moment. His 4 limbs were like pillars that supported the heavens as they forcefully supported Xiao Yan's body. However, just relying on these was clearly far from enough. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan's body began to sway even more. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, as though he would collapse at any moment. "Little guy, can you still hold on?" At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice sounded in his heart. The latter could no longer hold on. If he continued to stay here, Xiao Yan would only be seriously injured by the pressure here. At that time, it would really be troublesome. Xiao Xian was already prepared. Once Xiao Yan could no longer hold on, he would immediately draw a formation to temporarily resist the pressure in the obsidian tower. I can still hold on," Xiao Yan replied in his heart, unwilling to be outdone. Then, he lifted his head that had been pressed down and stared at the stairs in front of him. There were still 11 steps. As long as he stepped on them, he would be able to reach the 7th floor. "Huh!" There was a loud shout that was like the roar of a dragon accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor worked together. Xiao Yan's entire body was covered in purplish gold dragon scales. At this moment, all the power in Xiao Yan's body frantically condensed on his legs. He took a step forward, as if he had the power to support the sky. A hurricane followed him, and his speed was like a flash, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stomp! With a single stomp, he crossed 2 steps, 3 steps in a row, 4th, 5th, 21st. Xiao Yan roared in his heart as his foot landed. Although his face appeared ferocious, it also contained some fanaticism. Both of his eyes were scarlet as he stared intently at the 21st step. His foot was finally about to step onto the 21st step. At the same time, it was also the 7th step, a place that only origin transformation experts could step into. The 7th floor. Whoa. However, just as Xiao Yan's foot landed on the 7th floor, a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out from the 7th floor. It was like the Yellow River had burst through a dam, whistling past. Xiao Yan's body was violently struck by this powerful pressure. He was sent flying with a single strike. After spending nearly 6 hours, Xiao Yan had returned to his original position in an instant. Pucci! His body heavily crashed into the ground, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, splattering everywhere. With just a single strike, Xiao Yan was almost heavily injured. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the pressure on the 7th floor was. Uffed! Xiao Yan flipped his body and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His flushed red face instantly lost its color, and his entire aura became sluggish. "Little guy, you were too impulsive this time." Even a normal origin transformation expert wouldn't have the ability to charge into the 7th floor. "You actually, cough cough, ancestor, there is no need to worry. I only want to know where my limit is. Although I haven't truly ascended, I can be considered to know now." Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. His face was unconcerned, and there was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. His actions earlier might have been crazy, but he had done something that even a 9-star Do-D could not do. On the 21st step, which was the 7th floor of the Obsidian Tower, there was a small footprint that was stained with some blood. With a flip of his hand, a few tier 4 medicinal pills immediately appeared in his hand. These medicinal pills were precious on the outside, but they were just like jelly beans in his hand. Xiao Yan swallowed them without cherishing them. Immediately, the dense medicinal strength rapidly turned into a warm current that spread throughout his body. His originally serious injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were not light, it was nothing out of the ordinary for Xiao Yan. He had long since become accustomed to it. Borrowing the medicinal strength in his body, Xiao Yin recovered from his injuries while retreating to the first floor. As the pressure within the tower increased, Xiao Yin was unable to continue staying on the sixth floor in addition to the injuries in his body. Although his body was still heavy, Xiao Yan's movements were undoubtedly much lighter than before. It was as if the shackles on his body had been removed. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's speed had increased a little. However, due to the current situation, he did not notice this. A short moment later, Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of the stairs to the first floor. From here, he could see the South Hall Master sitting outside the obsidian tower. The latter seemed to be waiting for him. When Xiao Yan appeared, their gazes met from a distance. Dopa Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 973. Currently, there were still 2 days before the closing of the obsidian tower. The purpose of the South Hall Chief was to prevent Xiao Yan from walking out of the obsidian tower. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was less than 100 steps. However, it was this distance of 100 steps that would determine Xiao Yan's life and death. The South Hall Chief wanted to rely on the strength of the obsidian tower to suppress Xiao Yan until he died. In this way, not only would he be able to save a lot of effort, but he would also be able to complete the mission that the Hall Chief had given him. He would also have the opportunity to obtain everything that Xiao Yan currently possessed. The South Hall Chief would naturally not easily let go of such a good thing. It was quite a coincidence. If it was not because the crime that Xiao Yan had committed happened to be within his jurisdiction, it was likely that the latter's appearance would have swiftly spread throughout the entire northern wasteland. At that time, it would be unknown just whose hands these treasures would land in. From his point of view, although Xiao Yan's fighting strength was extraordinary, a 7-star DoD was ultimately a 7-star DoD. Regardless of how Xiao Yan resisted, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to be a match for him. With Xiao Yan's current fighting strength, he was already comparable to an intermediate-level expert among the 9-star DoD. It must be said that this kind of fighting strength that surpassed one's level could already be considered extremely frightening. However, there is still a great gap in front of an expert at the peak of the advanced level DoD class. Brat, weren't you very fierce earlier? Why have you ended up in such a state now? You have actually been injured by the pressure within the tower until this state. The corner of the South Hall Chief's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Regardless of how strong one's fighting strength was, one's cultivation was ultimately unable to keep up. Under the frightening pressure within the tower, it was unavoidable for one to suffer some injuries. In this way, he was even more confident in being able to keep Xiao Yan here. However, when he said this, he had forgotten about the embarrassing situation he had been in the tower. Hearing the South Hall Chief's mocking laughter, Xiao Yan laughed mockingly. If he did not want to ascend the stairs to the 7th level, what could the pressure within the tower do to him? South Hall Master, are you waiting for me here because I haven't beaten you enough? Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His pale white face gradually recovered its sleek redness under the effect of the medicinal pill. The remaining Do Qi within his body slowly began to circulate. Although his condition was not at his peak, there was nothing for him to be afraid of when facing the Southern Hall Chief. That's right. I want to see how many more surprises you can bring me. The South Hall Master smirked, his face cold and unfeeling. Surprise? I'm afraid that you'll turn the surprise into a shock. Xiao Yan sneered. As long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert, he did not fear them at all. With the Northern King present and the 10 steel needles that he had condensed from the power of the way, he felt a little more confident. Sharp-tongued brat, since you want to die, I'd like to see just how you'll leave this place. With a cold cry, the South Hall Master waved his hand, and the Bingnan hammer appeared in his hand. He swung the hammer and smashed it into the ground in front of him. A violent explosion shook the entire city as a terrifying wave of energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, the entire square had been reduced to ruins. On the other hand, the obsidian tower in front of him remained unmoved. Xiao Yan sat on the ground expressionlessly within the tower. He allowed the pressure above him to grow stronger and stronger. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to focus on refining the medicinal pill in his body. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the face of the South Hall chief when he saw this scene. Currently, the pressure within the Black Bright Tower was becoming increasingly powerful. An ordinary elite Dodi would not be able to endure for even a moment within it. Even a high-class Dodi would not be able to endure for long. Xiaoyan was clearly injured at this moment. He knew that the obsidian tower was about to close, yet he still wanted to stay inside. Was he not seeking death? This brat, what exactly is he trying to do? The South Hall Master could not help but mutter to himself. He did not think that Xiaoyan was a foolish person. Was it possible for a fool to be able to raise his cultivation to such an extent at such a young age and possess a frightening fighting strength that surpassed an ordinary person? It was obviously impossible. However, the South Hall Master felt somewhat helpless in the current situation. The pressure within the tower was continuously increasing. Once he entered, his cultivation would definitely be suppressed. At that time, anything could happen. If Xiaoyan was prepared, he would have fallen into a trap. Rather than that, it was better to wait patiently outside the tower. In short, as long as he could block the entrance of the obsidian tower, Xiaoyan would not be able to leave the obsidian tower no matter what tricks he had up his sleeves. Time slowly flowed by as both parties waited. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this moment, the medicinal pills within Xiaoyan's body had been completely refined. His originally pale face once again recovered a sleek redness. The breath in his nose had also gradually calmed down. His entire condition had also recovered by more than half. At the same time, the pressure above Xiaoyan's head became even more terrifying. Unafraid of the powerful pressure above his head, Xiaoyan's face remained calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. His pitch-black eyes were slightly raised. His eyes were as deep as a well, giving off an unfathomable and sinister aura. Standing up, he did not stop his anti-inflammatory actions. With steady footsteps, he walked toward the exit of the obsidian tower. At the same time, the expression on the South Palace Master's face turned cold. The hand holding the giant hammer tightened slightly. Doqi surged up and entered the hammer. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" The South Hall Master's voice was cold as ice. "You want to stop me here? It's a pity that you are not an origin transformation expert." Xiaoyan smiled. His footsteps became even heavier. At this moment, the pressure within the tower had become a little stronger within a short couple of breaths. If he were to continue staying here, it was likely that even Xiaoyan would not be able to leave this place. "Oh, you mean to say that only origin transformation experts can stop you?" Not knowing whether to laugh or not, Xiaoyan's body swiftly approached the exit. "What a boastful brat. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you just because you have some ability? Get out of here!" The South Hall Master coldly shouted. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of the obsidian tower. He was only one step away from stepping out of the obsidian tower. The giant hammer was swung from top to bottom, viciously smashing down on Xiaoyan's head. At the same time that the giant hammer fell, the sharp sound of wind breaking continuously sounded. The sound of the sonic boom was endless, almost causing one's eardrums to burst. A powerful Do-Chi energy emerged from the huge hammer, in a frightening, imposing manner swept out in all directions. The color of the sky changed, and the wind and clouds swept out. The entire city had already attracted the attention of the people here. Many people's expressions changed at this moment. Any Dodi could feel the heaven-shaking killing intent contained in that aura. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts toward the latter's strength. What caused them to feel even more surprised and curious was just who exactly was this person that could cause a peak late-stage Dodi expert to face him in such a manner. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was calm in the face of the South Hall Master's attack that was filled with strength. His calm manner appeared extremely strange. The wind pressure that came from the front caused the black robe he was wearing to tightly stick to the surface of his body. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change. Both of his eyes were still wide open as he stared intently at the giant hammer in front of him that was already within reach. Suddenly, Xiaoyan smiled. The expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a light flashed across the storage ring on his finger in a lightning-like manner. Almost at the same time, the Northern King, whose body was emitting a purple-gold glow like a metal tower, suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The Northern King arched his body backward. Soon after, he violently swung his fist forward to meet the Bingnan hammer that was filled with an overbearing strength. Bang! When the attack landed, a frightening buzzing sound reverberated throughout the sky above Feng City. Everyone's body involuntarily trembled. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock were thrown over. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Very quickly, the crowd surged over. Countless gazes were like spotlights as they stared at the South Hall Master, who was currently standing in front of the Obsidian Tower Gate, and the Northern King, who was blocking the Bingnan hammer with a single punch. That is, the South Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall. That is a 9-star Do D. Not only is he a 9-star Do D, but he is also a peak late-stage Do D. It is said that he has come to the Obsidian Tower this time around for the 7th floor. I wonder if he has managed to reach it. The 7th floor. TSK. That is a place that only origin transformation experts can reach. It has been so many years, but no one has been able to reach the 7th floor. It is really unexpected. But who is that fellow who is currently exchanging blows with the South Hall Master? To be able to block the South Hall Master's hammer, I'm afraid that he is at least a peak late-stage Do D. Another peak advanced 9-star Do D expert. Hey, there will be a good show to watch now. The Northern Desolate Hall has dominated the entire Northern Desolate region for a long time. Many factions do not like them. If it was not because... Shut up. Be careful that a loose tongue causes trouble. Is the Northern Desolate Hall something that you can casually discuss? The surrounding crowd immediately became chaotic when they saw the scene in the arena. Their discussions were filled with surprise at the Northern King. This is a puppet. At this moment, the South Hall Master, who was the main character in everyone's discussion, undoubtedly understood the situation he was currently facing. The fellow who was currently exchanging blows with him was actually a humanoid puppet that did not have any aura. Its eyes were empty. Puppet? How can it be a puppet? If it is a puppet, how can it use the strength of lightning? The South Hall Master was extremely shocked. If the North King was just an ordinary puppet, it would not have been a big deal. However, what surprised him was that when the North King collided with the North King, an extremely powerful thunderbolt energy erupted from the North King's body. The thunderbolt energy was of great help to the North King in being able to block his hammer attack. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of wind suddenly swept past the South Hall Master's ear. Soon after, a black figure quietly appeared beside him like a ghost. How can this brat speed? The South Hall Master was instantly shocked. However, he did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiaoyan's attack. Relying on his familiarity with the giant hammer in his hand, the South Hall Master pulled his hand violently. The giant hammer was immediately pulled in front of him and forcefully blocked Xiaoyan's attack. Following which, the South Hall Master's figure quickly retreated. Soon, he appeared at the edge of the arena. In response, Xiaoyan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, Li Sheng stood in front of the Obsidian Tower and cautiously scanned the crowd. Finally, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he did not discover the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. The reason why he had waited for half a day was partly because he wanted to recover from the injuries within his body. The main reason was to avoid the presence of the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. Although the relationship between these three parties did not appear to be harmonious, they ultimately belonged to the same faction. At the end of the day, they were all in the same group. Once he and the South Hall Master started a big fight, their presence would definitely cause Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. After confirming that they had indeed left, Xiaoyan's heart naturally became much more relaxed. If he only needed to face the South Hall Master alone, it would not be too difficult for him. Just the Northern King alone would be able to hold him back. There is no need to mention his frightening speed, which surpassed that of 9-star Do D. So this is the case. The reason why you did not attack earlier was because you were waiting for the two of them to leave. The South Hall Master only came to a sudden understanding in his heart after noticing Xiao Yan's gaze. He curled his mouth. He was not concerned about this. If those two fellows were around, they would only become hungry wolves that would fight for his benefits. However, I am more curious. Why is this puppet of yours able to control the lightning strength? How can that kind of natural strength be used on an inanimate object? Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders in an uncertain manner when he heard this. Honestly speaking, even he did not understand what was going on. However, this was no longer important to him. What was important was that he was able to control the strength. Xiao Yan nodded. No matter how strong the power of the thunderbolt was, as long as the North King was in his hands, everything would naturally fall under his control. The South Hall Master narrowed his eyes when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. His pair of hair would occasionally size up the Northern King. Other than fear, there was also greed in his eyes. A 9-star D-class puppet. If he could obtain it, in addition to the puppet that Xiao Yan possessed, it was likely that the person in charge of the Northern Desolate Hall would change hands. Of course, he could only quietly think about this in his heart. After all, before he possessed that strength, it was impossible for him to shake that fellow's position. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan in front of him had become another large obstacle in his heart. Chapter 974. Clang! The giant hammer and the huge black ruler collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The invisible void began to ripple intensely, and the sonic boom shook people's eardrums. The plaza below was already in ruins, and because of the shocking collision, it was lifted up layer by layer. In just a short moment, the originally huge plaza had turned into a huge crater. Only in the center of the crater, the obsidian tower still stood motionless, as if it was not affected by the battle at all. A frightening energy violently erupted when the hammer and ruler collided with each other. An explosion sounded and energy swept out. The two figures were sent flying back by each other. Each of them stood at the edge of the open ground. Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, could not help but tremble. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. What terrifying strength! His opponent was a peak late-stage 9-star D after all. His strength was only second to an origin transformation expert. This kind of strength was truly shocking. If it were not for his great physical body, he would not have been able to last so long against his opponent. While Xiao Yan was quietly feeling surprised in his heart, the Southern Hall Chief was also feeling surprised in his heart. This brat, no matter how I look at him, he's just a fledgling brat. How could his cultivation and physical strength be so powerful? If it wasn't for the fact that I started cultivating 100 years earlier than him, I'm afraid even the South Palace Master did not dare to think too much about it. The latter's cultivation and talent could be said to be the most terrifying person he had ever seen in his life. Given enough time, even that person would not be a match for him. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to rely on his own strength to fight him to a draw. This coincidentally gave him an opportunity. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's cultivation was far inferior to his, Xiao Yan still had the powerful North King. With the North King's strength as a late-stage 9-star D, Xiao Yan had nothing to fear as long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert. The South Hall Master had also discovered the strangeness of the North King. Although he was powerful, he was still helpless against the North King. The North King's body was made of steel, and he was not afraid of any pain. Even he had to be wary of his terrifying strength. That was especially true of the strange, lightning energy in the North King's body. Even he felt pain from it. Once he was struck by the lightning, even with his cultivation, he would inevitably suffer some injuries, not to mention Xiao Yan. Once both of them were present, he was destined to be unable to kill Xiao Yan. At this moment, both sides stood opposite each other. They were not in a hurry to attack, and the atmosphere became strange. In this state, even those outside of the battle circle held their breaths, waiting for the arrival of a storm. The South Hall Master glanced around, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. Suddenly, his eyes turned and couldn't help but fall on the towering obsidian tower that stood in the middle of the huge pit. As the closing time of the obsidian tower grew closer and closer, the pressure within the tower had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even he might not be able to withstand such pressure. Thinking of this, the South Hall Master's eyes flickered. Perhaps this is a good choice. As a bright light flashed across his eyes, the South Hall Master suddenly had an idea. He lifted his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Yan. This time, the South Hall Master's solemn face curled into a cold smile. "Humph, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, I'm afraid you're too naive if you want to fight me to a draw." As soon as he finished speaking, the South Hall Master's body suddenly shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his giant hammer and smashed it heavily on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. At the same time that his spiritual strength spread out, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand danced. A dense white flame wrapped around the enormous ruler. From bottom to top, it violently collided with the enormous hammer that was heading toward him. Clang! With a loud sound, a terrifying force poured down, and the giant Buster sword fell. The South Hall Master sneered. His body shook, and a terrifying force poured out again. Clang! At this moment, the North King, who was beside Xiao Yan, suddenly attacked. His fist violently smashed against the giant hammer. The powerful force actually left an inch-deep fist mark on the giant hammer. At the same time, a dark black lightning force swept out like a giant python. It moved along the North King's arm and violently collided with the Bingnan hammer. Boom! The two enormous forces poured out at the same time. In addition to Xiao Yan's own strength, they actually forced the South Hall Master back. The South Hall Master's feet stepped back in the empty space. After 100 steps, his body finally shook. Powerful Do Qi poured out and forcefully removed the enormous force in his body. Damn it! Seeing the faint fist mark on the Bingnan hammer, the South Hall Master could not help but curse. A piercingly cold, murderous intent surged onto his face. "Kid, if you have the ability, use your own strength to fight with me. Relying on a puppet and using unorthodox methods. What kind of ability is that?" The South Hall Master clenched his fist so tightly that it emitted cracking sounds. His veins bulged, and his surging Do Qi surged on the surface of his body, revealing the anger in his heart. Xiao Yan curled his mouth and laughed coldly when he heard this. He coldly cried out. He coldly said, "What do you mean by unorthodox methods? All I know is that as long as it is a force that can be controlled, it is the right way." After he shouted, Xiao Yan waved his large hand and pointed his finger at the South Hall Master. The North King seemed to have received an order. His body instantly shot out like a cannonball. It cut through the air and headed straight for the South Hall Master. Humph! The South Hall Master let out a low chuckle. With a thought, a majestic Do Qi surged into the giant hammer. Soon after, it collided with the North King. With the South Hall Master's cultivation, he might not be able to destroy the North King. However, if he used all his strength, he could guarantee that the North King would not be able to get close to him. He could even easily suppress the North King. Unfortunately, he was still unable to resist the annoying lightning energy. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also taken a moment to catch his breath. His body flashed and once again joined the battle. The battle, which had originally been suppressed by the South Hall Master, stabilized with the addition of Xiao Yan. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The giant hammer smashed down and the black ruler danced. The North King, who was like a metal tower, also swung his fist. Do Qi shot out and lightning surged. The battle quickly became intense. Gradually, it entered a white-hot stage. Under the deliberate guidance of the South Hall Master, the three of them were unknowingly getting closer to the Obsidian Tower. Chapter 975. Who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The Omi has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young, strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly transmitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was at the peak of the advanced Do D class, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did the Northern region have such a young, strong person? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall is going to kick an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the Northern Wasteland Hall touches him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in the Northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiao Yan's appearance was able to tear apart this scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. A fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed an enormous hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They began to wreak havoc within his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall chief's body as a result. The South Hall master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bingnan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bingnan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bingnan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark, heavy Buster Sword. If he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiao Yan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the huge black Buster Sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall chief. The South Hall chief swung the battered hammer. Do Chi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiao Yan back. After forcing back Xiao Yan with a single blow, the South Hall chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To him, this was also the best opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier for him to suppress Xiao Yan. A mere 7-star Do D was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he didn't have any puppets. He wouldn't cause any trouble for him. This time, he could easily kill Xiao Yan outside the Obsidian Tower. As for the treasures on Xiao Yan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bingnan hammer, sky-raising strike. With a low roar in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw the Northern King's body being blasted into the obsidian tower. This guy, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He didn't expect the South Hall chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the obsidian tower, he would have one less trump card. Northern King, come back, he shouted, but was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King was unable to control his body. Even if Xiao Yan tried to control it, he was unable to change the outcome. As Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, the Northern King's body was directly thrown into the obsidian tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the obsidian tower slammed shut. The obsidian tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the obsidian tower had completely closed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the obsidian tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. With a smile, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan. Green-colored dough cheese surged out of his hand with a puff sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack and Xiao Yan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall chief. Although the South Hall chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the 4th and 5th steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced into his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack. Chapter 976. In the sky, the pitch-black needle pierced through the Do-Chi armor that swiftly formed on the South Hall master's body. It pierced his lower abdomen and flowed into his chi vortex. A powerful destructive force immediately erupted from the needle. However, the outcome was not what Xiao Yan had expected. In fact, it had exceeded the South Hall master's expectations. Kacha! A clear shattering sound was heard from deep within the South Hall master's body. An invisible barrier seemed to have suddenly shattered at this moment. The vast and boundless azure sky was also suddenly filled with hurricanes at this moment. Vast natural energy began to gather uncontrollably, forming a large patch of dark clouds in the sky above Feng City. At this moment, it was not just Do-Chi. Even the vast and endless Genesis Chi in the area began to move. 2 similarly vast energies intertwined as a frightening energy aura spread. Do-Chi and Genesis Chi began to merge. Such a scene was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Apart from breaking through to the origin transformation stage, there was no other possibility. This is the fusion of Do-Chi and Genesis Chi. This is a scene that only appears when one breaks through to the origin transformation stage. Could it be that the South Hall master's cultivation? He broke through. He's about to advance to the origin transformation stage. Even in the entire northern region, there are only a handful of origin transformation stage experts. I never imagined that I would have the opportunity to personally witness someone break through to the origin transformation stage. This trip to Feng City has not been in vain. Exclamations continued to be heard from the crowd. As the focus of everyone's attention, the South Hall master's heart was also filled with shock. However, he was even more overjoyed at the breakthrough. After entering the obsidian tower this time around, he had originally thought that he would need another year before his cultivation would truly break through to the origin transformation realm. However, he did not expect that the battle with Xiao Yan would actually coincidentally allow him to break through the barrier between him and the origin transformation realm. Don't tell me it's the power of lightning on the puppet? It must be. In addition to the strange black needle from that brat, it coincidentally allowed my cultivation to break through. It seems that my luck is not ordinary this time. Not only did I break through, I even took all of the treasures on this kid's body. With a ferocious laugh, the South Palace Master's body suddenly shook. He lifted his head to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat. A huge torrent of energy wildly sprayed out from his mouth. The torrent of energy soared with the wind and transformed into a huge energy light pillar. It was like a pillar that supported the sky as it directly entered the dark energy clouds above his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately after, Battle Chi and Genesis Chi intertwined, clinging to the energy pillar like a giant python slowly crawling down a tree trunk. Very quickly, two types of extremely enormous energy directly entered the South Hall Master's body from the top of his head. They continuously flowed into the vortex, and the latter's aura rapidly rose at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. God damn it, I didn't expect him to break through in the middle of battle. Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave as he cursed in his heart. As his figure rapidly retreated, he waved his hand, and the other 5 steel needles appeared in the air in front of him. He could not help but hesitate a little. This was already his last trump card other than the Angry Buddha Lotus. Once all 5 were used, it would mean that he would not be able to use the power of Great Tao for a period of time. Facing an expert who was about to break through to the origin transformation stage was undoubtedly a huge threat to Xiao Yan. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan decisively threw out 3 steel needles. He kept the other 2 in his hand in case he needed them. The 3 steel needles ignored the obstruction of space and appeared a foot in front of the South Hall Master in the blink of an eye. Their sharp auras seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, with the humiliation from before, the South Hall Master was naturally on guard against these 3 steel needles. Humph, you still dare to come? Break! This time around, the South Hall Master did not dodge. The instant the low cry from his mouth sounded, his body suddenly shook. A powerful energy storm immediately swept out wildly with the South Hall Master as the center. It was like 1,000 layers of giant waves that used a thick and viscous energy to forcefully block the 3 steel needles that were shot over. The 3 dark black steel needles disappeared into the empty space without any forewarning. This involuntarily caused the Nan Hall chief to raise his eyebrows. Soon after, however, he saw Xiao Yan in the empty space. At this moment, the latter was planning to leave in a flash. In the face of an origin transformation expert, even the current Xiao Yan could only temporarily avoid him. Humph, you want to leave? It won't be so easy. Stay behind. The South Hall Master let out a cold cry. The vortex in his body began to wildly rotate as he waved his sleeve. A powerful force immediately shot forward. The special energy that was a mixture of Do Chi and Genesis Chi was undoubtedly many times stronger than the previous attack. Such strength was not something that an expert Do Di could compare with. What frightening power! Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? It is truly terrifying. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out from the surrounding crowd. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. With a thought, Great Tao power condensed into a black curtain in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's body moved, intending to enter it. Oh, Great Tao power. No wonder. However, you'll still stay behind. The South Hall Master was slightly surprised, but soon after, killing intent surged in his eyes. Although Xiao Yan's speed was not slow, there was still a huge gap between them. With a thought, the speed of the enormous energy abruptly increased. In the blink of an eye, It had already appeared behind Xiao Yan and was about to land on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly surged from Xiao Yan's back. It swiftly intertwined and agglomerated. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous light formation that blocked the enormous energy that was heading over. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, a muffled sound echoed across the sky. Invisible spatial ripples spread out like a wave. Even though this was the case, the golden-colored light formation only endured for a short instant. Soon after, a clear cracking sound appeared and the golden-colored light formation was instantly shattered. A somewhat painful muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Next, the remaining power of the energy slammed into Xiao Yan's back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body disappeared into the pitch-black curtain. Chapter 977. In the blink of an eye, it had been a week since the battle at Feng City. At the last moment, Xiao Yan had suffered a heavy blow from the South Hall Master and was severely injured. Xiao Xian's soul origin had also been slightly injured because he had blocked the attack. In addition, the North King had been blasted into the Obsidian Tower by the South Hall Master. It could be said that Xiao Yan had been completely defeated in this battle. In a week's time, Xiao Yan's injuries had all healed. As for Xiao Xian, he had calmed down and was slowly recovering his soul strength. Xiao Xian's injury caused the fury in Xiao Yan's heart to turn into endless killing intent in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan also noticed something else that surprised him. That was the North King. At this moment, the Northern King was already sealed within the Obsidian Tower. Logically speaking, the Northern King should have been crushed into a pile of fragments under the frightening pressure of the Obsidian Tower. Xiao Yan's spiritual brand deep within its body should have also disappeared. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that the soul brand he had left in the North King's body had not changed at all. This also meant that the North King had not been destroyed by the terrifying pressure and should still be intact in the Obsidian Tower. The North King had not been destroyed by the Obsidian Tower, but existed in the Obsidian Tower. However, due to the distance and the pressure within the tower, Xiao Yan could not sense the North King's exact situation. However, he could be sure that the North King was definitely unharmed at this moment. In this way, he only needed to wait 5 years. When the Obsidian Tower opened again, that would be the day the North King returned. In 5 years, under the pressure of the Obsidian Tower, would there be any changes to the North King? He still did not know. He would only have to wait 5 years in Feng City. In the sky, Xiao Yan's figure flew straight north. At the end of his line of sight, there was a huge city sitting there. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the city. Namlin City, where the North Wilderness Hall South Hall is stationed. After passing through here, I should be at the northern mountain where the North Wilderness Hall main hall is located. Xiao Yan muttered softly. His gaze shifted downwards. In the depths of the huge city, there was also a huge ancient castle. That was the South Hall. At this moment, a large amount of human traffic was gathered in one spot within the city. Noise continued to linger in one's ears. Even though he was a great distance away, Xiao Yan was still able to see at a glance that a couple of clusters of different colored flames were rising from the hands of a few people on the empty ground in the middle of the crowd. Xiao Yan focused his attention and looked over. 5 medicinal cauldrons stood in a thick and heavy manner. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this pill fragrance, Xiao Yan was able to distinguish that the medicinal pills that these 5 people were refining were all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Moreover, 2 of them could definitely be considered high grade among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. An alchemy competition, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the city. At this moment, the crowd's attention was still focused on the 5 people. Hence, they did not notice Xiao Yan's sudden appearance. Of course, it was not that everyone did not notice Xiao Yan's presence. 5 human figures slowly stood up in front of the medicinal cauldrons on the empty ground in front of the crowd. 2 chairs were placed behind each of them. 10 people were seated on them. They had already discovered Xiao Yan's existence the moment he landed. Of course, at the same time, an old man with a somewhat sloppy appearance at a certain spot in the crowd was similarly looking at Xiao Yin with a surprised gaze. An extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of his sharp eyes. Soon after, the old man twisted his body and quietly disappeared into the crowd. The gazes of the 10 figures turned and looked at Xiao Yin. The surrounding crowd also discovered this point. Immediately, numerous gazes followed the gazes of the 10 people and landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were immediately filled with surprise. It was unexpected that the person who caught the attention of these 10 experts was actually a young man. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly surprised by these 10 people. This was because all of them were rank for alchemists. One of the old men among them even had an extremely powerful spiritual strength. It was likely that he had already reached the level of a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. TSK 10 rank for alchemists. I'm afraid that even the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region would not be able to take out such an amount. Indeed, the truly strong like to hide themselves. This continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To be able to see 10 rank 4 alchemists at once, this kind of scene caused even Xiao Yin to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. Haha, this mister, since you have come, may I invite you forward for a chat? Among the 10 people, a white-haired old man slowly stood up from his seat. His pair of shady old eyes flashed with a sharp light as he asked in a sly tone. When these words were spoken, the other 9 people also hurriedly stood up and looked at each other. Their gazes were indeed rather strange. Although these people were gathered together, the atmosphere was not harmonious. It is unexpected that this little brother is actually able to become a rank 4 alchemist at such a young age. This really makes me feel ashamed. The white-haired old man cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yin. His old face could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Such a young rank 4 alchemist could really be said to be the first person he had seen in his life. You must be joking. I only relied on a bit of luck to be able to reach the level of a rank 4 alchemist. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. The other party had an amiable appearance, so Xiao Yin naturally could not show a cold face to others. He similarly cupped his hands together respectfully as a return of greeting. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the surrounding crowd to be instantly shocked. Rank 4 alchemist. Such a young rank 4 alchemist. It must be fake, right? TSH, how can it be fake for Elder Hu to personally speak? It's just that I didn't expect that this little fellow who looks so ordinary is actually a rank 4 alchemist. Mr. is too humble. Since you are able to become a rank 4 alchemist, this has already proven your strength. Moreover, luck is also a part of strength many times. Therefore, I hope to be able to invite Mr. to preside over the final results of this competition. What Master Who said is true. After all, the 10 of us belong to our own factions. Later on, there will be no sense of propriety in judging, and it will be hard to say whether it will be fair or not. This Mr. has appeared at the right time. If this Mr. is able to help us preside over the fairness of this alchemy competition, this would undoubtedly be the best. Among the 10 people, a middle-aged man laughed as he stood up. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had already seen through the old man's plans. I just don't know who this Mr. is. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 978. That's true. This Mr. is merely a spectator. Grandmaster whose invitation is a little unreasonable. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. to reveal his identity. What is Mr.'s name, and which faction do you come from? At the same time, another middle-aged man among the 10 also stepped forward with a smile. He looked at Xiao Yin with a face full of smiles. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes were also constantly sizing up the ladder. They were extremely curious about a person with such outstanding talent. For the northern region to be able to give birth to such a young rank 4 alchemist, they had to know the latter's identity and background. This was also to facilitate future negotiations. I am Xiao Yin. I have just arrived in the northern region and do not have any faction behind me. I am all alone. Xiao Yin smiled softly as he looked at the middle-aged man. He did not hide anything in his words. Of course, to him, there was nothing worth hiding. After these words were spoken, the remaining few people all looked at each other. Their eyes flickered slightly. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. In the crowd, the sloppy old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Surprise flashed across his pair of bright old eyes. Haha, since Mr. has come to the northern region, it is fate that we are able to meet. Today, the alchemist grand competition between our 5 great clans will have to rely on Mr. Xiao Yin to uphold justice. Grandmaster who was the first to speak earlier, smiled and said to Xiao Yin with a kind expression. At the same time his voice sounded, his turbid eyes looked toward the 5 young men in the battleground who had each put away their medicinal cauldrons. It's fine. It's just a small matter. In any case, he was just passing by this place. There was no harm in playing a little. He could just treat it as a break on the way. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yin agreed. At this moment, each of the 5 people present was holding a pill in their hands. A rich pill fragrance permeated the air, and a thin layer of mist rose into the air. Mr. Xiao Yin is the role model of your younger generation. At such a young age, he's already a Tier 4 alchemist. Let's see if you still dare to think highly of yourselves in the future. Don't think that just because you've become a Tier 3 alchemist, no one can compare to you in this world. You have to know that there is always someone better than you. Today, Mr. Xiao Yin has taught you a very important lesson. While he was teaching the 5 people on the field a lesson, the other few clans continuously curled their lips. On the surface, he was indeed teaching the 5 young people a lesson. However, from Grandmaster Hu's words, it was likely that he was flattering this Mr. Xiao Yin. With regards to this, Xiao Yin naturally ignored it. Based on his own experience, he had long since lost interest in such words. Old fellow, are you really treating him as a fledgling brat? How foolish. Seeing that Xiao Yin was unmoved, the few middle-aged men could not help but secretly sneer in their hearts. At the same time, Grandmaster Hu's gaze landed on the young man in front of him. Liner, hand the medicinal pill in your hand to this Mr. Xiao Yin. The quality of the medicinal pills from the 5 of you will be judged by Mr. Xiao Yin. Hearing this, the 5 young people swept their gazes over each other. Their expressions were somewhat unfriendly. As for the other 4 people, under the signal of the elders behind them, they took a few steps forward and passed the pills in their hands to Xiao Yin. The appraisal of the pills only took a short few minutes. With Xiao Yan's current eyesight, he could basically see through the 5 Tier 3 pills at a glance. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Ying's heart began to feel somewhat hesitant. The characteristics of the 5 pills had already been completely grasped in his mind. However, the differences caused Xiao Yin to feel a trace of suspicion. In fact, he even felt that it was troublesome in his heart. This was because among the 5 pills, there was a pill whose medicinal strength had actually dissipated to a certain extent. This also meant that this pill had not just been refined. Instead, it had been refined long ago. However, no one knew when it had been swapped out. Although the medicinal strength within this pill had dissipated by a lot, due to its quality, its medicinal strength and effects were still above the other 4 pills. From this point alone, it could be seen that the original owner of this pill was not able to complete the refinement. As for the owner of this ammunition, it just so happened that it belonged to the young man from the faction that Grandmaster Hu belonged to. It could be said that this should be Grandmaster Hu's own masterpiece. To be able to refine such a high-quality pill, it was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist could do. The 5 people present clearly did not possess this ability. Adding the origin of this pill, there was almost no need to think too much. Xiao Yin could be sure that this pill was refined by Grandmaster Hu. However, no matter who refined this pill, swapping the pill in the alchemy competition was already a violation of the rules. From the looks of it, Grandmaster Hu also knew that this junior from his family could not win against these 4 people, which was why he made such a move. However, no matter what, his actions had already violated the rules of the alchemy competition. On this point, Xiao Yin, who was also a Tier 4 alchemist, was unable to turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, cough cough, has Mr. Xiao Yin completed the appraisal? However, it was also at this moment that Grandmaster Hu suddenly coughed twice. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiao Yin. Once these words were spoken, The gazes of the other four clans involuntarily turned towards Grandmaster Hu. Their expressions carried some suspicion. Hearing this, Xiaoyan also nodded. His eyes narrowed as he said, choking with emotion, "Chi, chi, 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 Xiao, www. That's right, I've already completed the appraisal of these 5 pills. I already know the medicinal effect and quality of the pills." Haha, then this is undoubtedly the best. Mister, you must announce the medicinal effect and quality of the pills. You must not affect the fairness of this competition. Is that all right? The other 4 clans could not help but frown. The suspicion in their hearts grew even more. At the same time, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy old man grinned at this moment, revealing a row of dense white teeth. He looked at Xiaoyan with a playful smile, as if he was waiting for the latter to announce the results. Within that pair of bright eyes, there was also a look of surprise at this moment. He also wanted to know what the results of Xiaoyan's announcement were like. The 5 pills are all tier 3 pills. For a middle grade, 1 is high grade, and they're all complete pills. And this pill is... Xiaoyan slowly raised his hand, opened his palm, and exposed the pill refined by the young man from the Hu clan in the air. However, Chapter 979. Oomph. Grandmaster Hu's old face revealed a satisfied smile as he watched the medicinal pill that he had in mind appear in front of everyone present. His gaze swept over Xiaoyan and looked at the other 4 clans. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. Obviously, they were not satisfied with this answer. Hee, looks like the winner of this alchemy competition is still my Hu clan. Since that's the case, then this old man will respectfully accept. The corner of Grandmaster Hu's mouth curled into a sneer as he pretended to cup his hands towards the crowd. Soon after, he looked at the young man from his clan and laughed. "Linner, hurry up and take back the pills. These are all your spoils of victory." Hearing this, the young man also sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He wanted to take his pill and the other 4 pills from his hands. According to the rules of their competition, the winner had the right to control the ownership of the other 4 pills. It could be said that this competition itself was a battle of plundering. The winner would take the pills, and the loser could only return in defeat. Their expressions were unwilling as they watched Hu Yonglin walk closer to Xiaoyan. The people from the 4 clans, including the other 4 young men, may feel unwilling in their hearts, but they could only grit their teeth and swallow it into their stomachs. But please wait a moment. Just as Hu Yonglin was about to take the pill from Xiaoyan's hand, Xiaoyan flipped his palm and took the pill back into his hand. At the same time, he spoke to stop Hu Yonglin in front of him. In the crowd, the sloppy old man nodded with a strange smile on his face. In his heart, he secretly said, "Not bad." Following that, his figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the crowd. "Mr. Xiaoyan, what do you mean by this?" Grandmaster Hu frowned and said in a low voice. With regard to the latter's voice, he actually felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that this brat would say something more? At the same time, the people from the other 4 clans and the surrounding passers-by also threw their gazes toward Xiaoyan. Their faces carried a doubtful expression while their hearts were extremely curious. Since the answer had already been announced, the victor should be Hu Yonglin. What was the meaning of Xiaoyan's action? "Grandmaster Hu, you asked me what I mean. I think you should know the reason better than me. The quality of this pill is indeed the best among the 5 pills, but a lot of the medicinal strength has been consumed. This should be because it has been stored for too long. As everyone knew, the medicinal efficacy of a pill that had just been refined was extremely dense. This was also the reason why most people would choose to consume a pill immediately after it was refined. However, the pill at this moment was obviously not the case. "Grandmaster Hu, what's going on?" The other 8 people each took a step forward and looked at Grandmaster Hu with a questioning expression. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also looked at Grandmaster Hu with a strange gaze. "Damn it, you're really a calf that's not afraid of tiger." Being stared at by everyone, Grandmaster Hu's old face suddenly became ashen. The muscles on his old face could not help but twitch slightly. However, he looked like he was speechless, as if he was looking for an excuse in his heart. After a long while, Grandmaster, who raised his old eyes, and his gaze suddenly fell on Xiaoyan. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with a gentle flame of anger. Mr. Xiaoyan, we've only met for the first time. There's no need for you to be so against us. You said that the medicinal strength of this pill was damaged. What a joke. How can a pill that was just refined from the medicinal cauldron be damaged? Grandmaster, who? Do you mean that I'm telling the truth? Xiaoyan frowned and said in a deep voice, But what if this isn't a newly refined pill? You're saying that I've swapped the pill. Grandmaster, whose old face darkened and his expression was extremely displeased. At the same time, the other 8 rank 4 alchemists also stepped forward and came to Xiaoyan's side. They wanted to check the authenticity of the pill. Mr. Xiaoyan, I hope that you can hand over the pill to us. This is a matter between our 5 clans. If this pill is really as you said, and the medicinal strength is damaged, this matter should be settled by us. Among the 8 people, a slightly older middle-aged man stepped forward and politely cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and said with a smile. On the other side, Grandmaster, who looked at the situation over here, and his old face became even more gloomy. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would be so ignorant when he asked him to come forward to appraise the pill. He clearly knew that he did not have any power behind him, yet he still wanted to meddle in other people's business. Wasn't this no different from seeking death? At the same time, Xiaoyan also wore a smile on his face as he slowly extended the pill in his hand and handed it to the middle-aged man. Grandmaster, who? If this matter is really as Mr. Xiaoyan said, then I'm afraid that Grandmaster will have to give us a clear answer. The middle-aged man's face was cold, and there was even some anger in his eyes. They had already held this kind of alchemy competition more than once. However, in the past, there would always be someone like Xiaoyan who interfered halfway. In the end, the Hu clan always won. However, they did not expect that Xiaoyan's appearance this time would break the norm. At the same time, it allowed the 4 clans to clearly see the Hu clan's methods. Swoosh! However, just as the words from the middle-aged man's mouth sounded, Grandmaster, whose body flashed. In a ghost-like manner, he instantly appeared among the few of them. He waved his large hand and grabbed the medicinal pill in Xiaoyan's hand. Humph, brat, the Olmi has been so polite to you. It is unexpected that you actually dared to slander the clan members of the Olmi in public and say that we have swapped the medicinal pills. From the way I see it, the ones who have swapped the medicinal pills are you. A slightly angry voice was spat out from the old man's mouth. It was as though he had really suffered some grievances. At the same time, the speed of his descending hand did not slow at all. It looked as though he was about to grab the medicinal pill in his hand. However, it was also at this moment that buzz. A surging Do Chi wave swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. He did not use any Do technique. Merely the energy that seeped out was enough to easily push back the few people around him. Even Grandmaster, who had appeared in front of him at this moment, was pushed back. With just one attack, the 10 high-class OD in the middle of the arena and the 5 young people were easily pushed back by over 10 steps by this energy wave. Only when they fell into the crowd did their bodies come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The instant the 10 of them lifted their gazes, a shocked expression filled their eyes. They had never expected that this black-robed, young man who appeared to be very young not only possessed great spiritual strength, but even his Do Chi was also this strong. Chapter 980. After easily forcing back the few people, Xiaoyan's face did not have much of a change in expression. A pair of dark black eyes carried an icy cold gaze as they landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The icy cold gaze caused the latter's body to involuntarily tremble. His feet involuntarily took half a step back, and his heart sank. It was unexpected that he had actually kicked an iron plate this time around. This kind of chi. Don't tell me that he is a 9-star Do D. Such a young 9-star Do D. How is this possible? Grandmaster Hu was not the only one. Even the eyes of the 9 people around him were filled with the same shocked expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. This included the surrounding crowd. The expressions on their faces were also incomparably shocked. To be able to force back 10 elite Do D with his own strength, just what kind of identity did this black-robed young man have? Just how frightening was his cultivation? The background of this brat is definitely not simple. We must not become enemies with him. The people from the few clans could not resist looking at each other. All of them quietly nodded their heads. Although their relationship was usually not good, the strength of this black-robed young man was already sufficient to threaten their respective factions. Thus, they had no choice but to let this group of local tyrants form a group together. Of course, this group of people would not bother with Grandmaster Hu. It was likely that no one in this city would have a good impression of the latter. Ha ha! Mr. Xiao Yin is indeed young and promising. Not only is he a rank 4 alchemist, it is unexpected that even his cultivation is this strong. It really makes us feel ashamed. The middle-aged man who had extended his hand to Xiao Yin earlier stood up. He respectfully bowed and cupped his hands to Xiao Yin. If it was said that he only felt respect for Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist earlier, at this moment, the latter's cultivation strength was the reason that caused him to lower his head. Seeing the middle-aged man act in this manner, other than Grandmaster Hu and the middle-aged man beside him, the others, including the surrounding people, respectfully bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yin. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin coldly smiled and withdrew the powerful aura that he had released from his body. In this world, the only thing that could cause others to show respect to you was your own strength. Other than this, even if he was a rank 4 alchemist, he would not be able to threaten these people in front of him. After all, in comparison, the other party had a total of 10 rank 4 alchemists. As for 9-star Do Di, there was not a single one present. This was the reason why they were afraid of Xiao Yin. The one with the strongest cultivation among these 10 people was undoubtedly Grandmaster Hu. He was advanced 8-star Do Di. This kind of cultivation could indeed be considered strong. However, an 8-star Do Di was far from enough in front of 9-star Do Di. Of course, being a rank 4 alchemist, Grandmaster Hu was naturally able to attract a countless number of experts to step forward by relying on his charisma. However, in a situation where they were of the same class and the other party was a rank 4 alchemist, there was basically no one who would be willing to offend such an expert, even if they were similarly a 9-star Do Di. Grandmaster Hu, you just said that I am slandering you. I wonder if you still think so now? Xiao Yan's eyes were icy cold as he stared at Grandmaster Hu. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Although he had withdrawn most of his aura, he did not let Grandmaster Hu off. When faced with such a person, one must either treat him with respect or suppress him. If he was given too much time to breathe, he would only think that others were afraid of him. At this moment, Grandmaster Hu's old face was solemn as he resisted the terrifying aura that came from Xiao Yan's body. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. The emotions in his heart were difficult to describe. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not provoke this seemingly harmless fellow in front of him. Who would have thought that a young black-robed man would actually possess such a great strength? Even he, who had trained for his entire life, was unable to compare with him. What was even more frightening was that the latter was also a 9-star Do Di on top of having a strong Do Chi. This point was something that he did not dare to imagine in his heart. Little brother, this is the first time that we have met. Why do you need to be so ruthless? Leaving some leeway for each of us will make it easier for us to be friends in the future. Isn't this better? At this moment, Grandmaster, who had completely scattered his original awe-inspiring manner. Hearing these words, he did not intend to continue pretending to be innocent. Friends? Is there a need for me to be friends with you? Breaking the rules of alchemists and using such despicable methods in an alchemist competition. Do you have the qualification to be an alchemist? Xiao Yan's disdainful, cold smile fell. A thought passed through his mind, and an even more frightening aura suddenly fell from above Grandmaster Hu's head. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing the latter's body to instantly bend. Bang! Grandmaster Hu's body half knelt on the ground. His knees were embedded into the ground. The surrounding hard ground turned into a pile of stone powder with a bang. Ancestor, grandfather, seeing the old man kneel on the ground with a bang, the expressions of Hu Yonglin and the middle-aged man standing beside him instantly changed drastically. Hu Yonglin's gaze suddenly turned. His dense, cold eyes instantly landed on Xiaoyan. His body shook and Dou Qi surged as he charged toward Xiaoyan. Bang! However, the moment Hu Yonglin moved, Xiaoyan randomly raised his hand. An invisible strength instantly struck Hu Yonglin's chest like a cannonball. Following a muffled bang sound, the latter's body instantly flew out and entered the crowd behind him. Noisy. A mere 3-star D. This kind of strength was just like an ant in Xiaoyan's eyes. Brat, don't be too arrogant when you do things. This is the Northern region, the world of the Northern Wasteland Hall. My Hu clan is a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you dare to attack again, the Northern Wasteland Hall will not let you off. Just as Xiaoyan casually sent Hu Yonglin flying, the middle-aged man took a step forward. His expression was fierce, and his tone was filled with threat as he cried out, "Oh, you are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall?" Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He paused for a moment before asking in a questioning manner. Hearing Xiaoyan's questioning words, the middle-aged man rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, as long as one was in the northern region, anyone who heard of the Northern Wasteland Hall would be afraid. That's right. We are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you bang. This time around, however, Xiaoyan did not wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking with a proud face. He flipped his hand, and a dense white flame immediately agglomerated above the middle-aged man's head. It transformed into a large flaming hand and instantly smashed the middle-aged man's body until it exploded. Since you are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall, there is even less need for me to show mercy. Chapter 981. After casually killing that middle-aged man, Xiaoyan's eyes turned around. His ice-cold gaze once again landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The killing intent in his eyes was stern. Since there were people from a northern desolate hall, Xiaoyan naturally did not need to mind when he attacked. Originally, he thought that these fellows would know how to stop after witnessing his strength. However, from the looks of it, it did not seem like what Xiaoyan had imagined. Brat, you should think carefully. It is not easy to kill the people from the Northern Desolate Hall. If you really kill us, the Northern Desolate Hall will definitely not let you off. Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately sank when he noticed Xiaoyan's extremely cold eyes. He only hoped that he could use the Northern Desolate Hall to intimidate the other party. Unfortunately, his thoughts were clearly wrong. The Northern Desolate Hall will not let me off if I kill you. But will they let me off if I don't kill you? Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. He lifted his hand, and the flame above Grandmaster Hu's head immediately soared. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense white large flaming hand that was about to land on Grandmaster Hu's head. Brat, don't go overboard. Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately quivered when he saw this large flaming hand. He had already experienced how frightening this thing was earlier. If he allowed it to land on his body, would he not follow in the footsteps of that person from earlier? Unfortunately, under the deterrence of Xiaoyan's absolute pressure, he was unable to escape even though he was an 8-star D. All he could do was watch the large flaming hand suspended above his head descend with a bang. However, at the instant that the large flaming hand descended, Grandmaster Hu suddenly screamed out in shock and sternly said, "That's right. Hall Chief Su, save me." A sharp cry sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swept out from the ancient castle deep within the city like a gust of wind. An invisible energy agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty space and ruthlessly shot toward the large flaming hand. When it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. By doing this, you seem to be looking down on our Northern Desolate Hall. A powerful voice was transmitted over. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted from the air. The large flaming hand, suspended above Grandmaster Hu's head, also scattered. Xiaoyan was indifferent to this. He had already sensed this person's aura when he entered the city. However, he did not pay much attention to it. An initial 9-star D. Xiaoyan had no need to fear this kind of cultivation a few months ago, much less now. When the flaming hand dissipated, the powerful aura that had been suppressing Master Hu also dissipated. Then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Master Hu, using half of his body to shield Master who behind him. A joyous expression immediately surfaced on Grandmaster whose old face when he saw the appearance of the middle-aged man. At the same time, there was an additional cold smile in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan. That smile seemed to be saying that he was not afraid of Xiaoyan because he had a 9-star Do-D behind him. At the same time this middle-aged man appeared, the other people present immediately threw respectful gazes toward him. Just like Xiaoyan, the latter's deterrence was not inferior to an expert. Perhaps it was because the latter had guarded this place for many years, but these people were even more afraid of this hall chief, Su, when compared to him. With the strength of a 9-star Do-D, other than the 5 large clans, he could cover the sky with one hand in this city. Even the 5 large clans carefully worshipped him. The reason why Grandmaster, who was able to call him out at such a critical moment, was because he had worshipped him for so many years. When Hall Chief Su appeared, a pair of sharp eyes tore through the empty space like a sharp sword and landed on Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the latter's eyes also calmly met his gaze. Soon after, Hall Chief Su looked at Xiaoyan's young face and seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He had seen this face not long ago. Although he only had a rough appearance, he was still able to confirm that the person in front of him was the person whom the Hall Chief had ordered him to deal with. Xiaoyan coldly smiled when he noticed Hall Chief Su's shocked gaze. He clearly understood in his heart that this fellow had recognized him. However, this was not important. Regardless of whether Hall Chief Su could recognize him or not, he would end them today. Originally, he did not want to create trouble with the Northern Desolate Hall. However, these people thought highly of their positions, and no one could touch them. Killing a 1-star Do-D would cause a countless number of ants to rush over. At the end of the day, part of the reason for today's situation was that Pang Lu. However, all of this was no longer important. Xiao Xian was injured. The Northern King was sealed within the Obsidian Tower, and he had nearly been held back by the Southern Hall Chief. Once he was held back, he would definitely die. Since the other party would not give him any leeway, there was naturally no need for him to show any mercy. You are that fellow who killed Elderly? The middle-aged man's face carried some doubt. He still did not dare to believe that the person who could kill a 7-star Do-D would actually be such a young man. Although he had already seen a portrait of the latter, seeing it with his own eyes still caused his heart to be extremely shocked. Grandmaster, whose expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. He had naturally heard about this matter. Only then did he understand in his heart why Xiaoyan would attack them without any hesitation. Brat, are you going to leave with me by yourself? Or do you need me to take action and bring you back? The middle-aged man's tone was cold and indifferent. It seemed that he was not worried about the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. After all, he was a young man. Regardless of how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be? Moreover, there were many experts from the Northern Desolate Hall present. If everyone joined hands, it would be extremely easy to take down Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. That smile was extremely cold. Why don't you come with me? What? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not quite believe Xiaoyan's words. However, in the next moment, a black figure instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a ghost-like manner. With a flip of his palm, it landed heavily on the middle-aged man's chest. What? This brat, what frightening speed! Although he was greatly shocked, the middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate. His many years of battle experience allowed him to possess absolute calmness at such a time. Faced with Xiaoyan's attack, the middle-aged man was shocked, but his actions did not show the slightest bit of panic. Doqi surged and quickly gathered in his palm. Soon after, it violently collided with Xiaoyan's palm. Bang! Although the middle-aged man was not seriously injured, he was still sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. The blood in his body churned. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 982. Hall Master Su's expression changed drastically. While his body flew back, his eyes were angrily staring at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with shock. Hall Master Su's feet repeatedly stepped back in the empty space. Each time his feet landed, the empty space under his feet would collapse. Only after dozens of steps did Home Master Su stabilize his body with a solemn expression. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His tone was filled with disbelief as he spoke in a deep voice. Advanced 7-star D? How is this possible? Your strength. One's cultivation cannot decide everything, just like how age does not decide one's strength. It's a pity that all of you are still unable to understand this principle. Before Hall Master Su's shocked voice sounded, Xiao Yan coldly smiled and shook his head. At the same time, his right hand was suddenly raised. His 5 fingers were bent into a claw, and a thick white flame instantly surged from his fingertips. His ice-cold eyes, which were filled with the thick white flame, also landed on the stunned Grandmaster Hu by the side. Do you think that I cannot kill you just because you have the support of a 9-star D? I hate people like you, who betray kindness the most. After the ice-cold cry sounded, Xiao Yan's hand landed on Grandmaster Hu's throat. The flame swiftly spread. In the blink of an eye, it covered Grandmaster Hu's entire body. Following a hoarse, miserable cry, the old man's body was covered by ice in the blink of an eye. The instant Xiao Yan released his hand, it shattered and turned into ice shards that filled the ground. The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame was fully displayed at this moment. Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the people from the other 4 clans. When the latter saw this overbearing attitude of Xiao Yan, they immediately shrank back. Even Hall Master Su, who was a 9-star D, was no match for Xiao Yan. How would they dare to oppose him? At the same time, these people quietly rejoiced in their hearts. It was fortunate that they did not do anything to Xiao Yan earlier. Otherwise, it was likely that Grandmaster Hu would not be the only one who would be covered in ice shards. Brat, how dare you injure people in my Northern Wilderness Palace's territory? You really don't put my Northern Wilderness Palace in your eyes. Palace Master Su's face darkened when he saw that Grandmaster Hu had died just like that. No matter what, Grandmaster Hu was still a member of his Northern Desolate Palace. Over the years, Grandmaster Hu had given him many good things. He could be considered half of his people. Now that he saw his subordinate die, he could not help but feel a little angry. Palace Master Su's figure suddenly flickered. His terrifying speed made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, Palace Master Su had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a flip of his palm, Palace Master Su's palm fiercely landed on Xiao Yan's chest. This was a killing move. Reliance Palm. Just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, Palace Master Su's hand suddenly began to tremble rapidly. Soon after, numerous seemingly real palm imprints appeared in front of Xiao Yan's chest like ghosts. If all of these attacks were to land together, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would not be able to endure it. Sky-reaching hand. Xiao Yan was able to tell just how frightening this Iluo palm was at a glance. However, the combat experience that he had accumulated over the years caused Xiao Yan's heart to be completely fearless. A thought passed through his mind, and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out, transforming into an enormous palm with a clear outline. The large palm blocked the countless number of palm imprints in front of it. Bang! A loud muffled sound rang out. Xiao Yan and Palace Master Su's figures both retreated backwards. There was a distance of 100 steps between the two of them. Although Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss from the previous attack, he was not seriously injured. On the other hand, Palace Master Su's figure once again flickered after his attack failed. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. He appeared behind Xiao Yan, and a whip leg heavily smashed down from above, as if he wanted to split Xiao Yan into 2 from the top of his head. Golden Elephant skill activate. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The muscles all over his body immediately became taut. A frightening, enormous strength was like a huge dragon that had awakened as it was emitted from each of his muscles and cells. The invisible strength agglomerated into a thin layer of golden light on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. It was also this thin layer of golden light that had forcefully blocked the frightening attack from Hall Master Su behind him. Clang! As the attack landed, Palace Master Su's leg seemed to have kicked a city wall. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly and easily dispelled the huge force behind him. At the same time, the Force Elephant skill was unleashed at this moment. An even more frightening huge force condensed in Xiao Yan's palm. The moment he turned around, Xiao Yan grabbed Palace Master Su's ankle in his palm. The frightening huge force seemed to want to crush his bones. Just as Palace Master Su's face changed drastically, Xiao Yan swung his arm and ruthlessly threw the latter's body back like trash. Bang! Palace Master Su's body violently smashed into the city. A frightening force poured out, forcefully shaking a large area of the surrounding ground until it caved in. Just one attack had left behind an enormous deep pit in the city. At the bottom of the pit was Palace Master Su, who was usually revered by everyone. A dignified 9-star Dodi appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow in Xiao Yan's hands. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the person who had blasted this 9-star Dodi apart was actually a young 7-star Dodi. This was something that Hall Chief Su had personally said. If the people present had not personally witnessed it today, it was likely that no one would believe that a 9-star Dodi would actually be so tyrannical by a 7-star Dodi. Gulp. As a cloud of dust spread over the place, the sound of people swallowing their saliva that was filled with shock also quietly sounded within the city. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he looked at the bottom of the pit that was filled with dust from the empty air. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed. An extremely frightening strength was wildly agglomerating at that spot. The Do-Chi within Palace Master Su's body was swiftly flowing away. The enormous Do-Chi had completely agglomerated at one point. It was not difficult to guess that the latter should be using an extremely powerful Do technique at this moment. Can't endure any more, huh? Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, he raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together, and familiar complicated seals were formed. His lightning-like speed caused people to be dazzled. At the same time that these seals were formed, an enormous flame fingers slowly agglomerated and formed in the air above Xiao Yan's head. Spirit Class Middle-Level Do Technique, Great Floating Seal. Spirit Class High-Level Do Technique, Desolation Finger. After the cry in their hearts sounded, an enormous square-shaped golden seal shot out explosively from the pit. Its aura was powerful, and it was just like a falling star that was flying diagonally as it charged toward the sky. Its target was Xiao Yan. On Xiao Yan's side, the enormous finger that was covered by the dense white flame above his head suddenly fell after the cry sounded in his heart. The empty air became distorted and collapsed wherever it passed. Its powerful aura appeared to be about to destroy the world. A buzzing, trembling sound resounded in the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. Unless one was a 9-star Dodi, no one else would dare to easily touch such a frightening strength. Just sensing this aura was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. The enormous golden seal and the enormous flame finger collided with a bang in front of everyone's anxious breathing.